the discussion which happened, the definitions of tourism, right? Meaning and definitions of the tourism products. What is its name? How it can, digital experience, what the different characteristics of tourism products. In that, I was discussing about intangibility, perishability, more important thing, like major impacts of the features of tourism products. Then I was discussing about further more, like, in the latest, like, in addition, over the years, due to the experiences which happens over the year, see, 20 years before the tourism was different, now the tourism is totally different, right? So because a lot of technology has been added along with that existing tourism products. So to enhance a tourism product, a lot of other things can be been added along with that. Due to that, when earlier it is like, people wants to visit, like, if I say people centric, now the present trend is everything is designed based on the people's expectation, right? If I want to do something, so they do a market research, and based on the market research they develop some tourism product. Those days it is totally different. There will be some destinations available. All you have to do is you have to go to the destination, visit the destination, get experience, and you're satisfied or not satisfied. That's a different thing. That was the old scenario. And the present scenario is totally different. Right now, everyone is doing research. Everyone here in the market is doing a market research. Say, for example, a travel agency does a market research. They identify a particular target customers, target audience, whoever it is. They do that over the years. Then they develop products based on that market research. That is what happens, right? So that's why people send it. Then inflexibility, I've told you, imitability, right? When you're, usually it happens. Say, for example, if any car or any bike or anything which is introduced in the market, say for home appliances also, if anything is introduced in the market, ultimately, if you're a market leader, what happens? Your followers in the sense here, your competitors, and copy your, like, copy not, then don't copy exactly the design, whatever it is. They copy the technology, right? They do reverse engineering sometimes. China is very famous for that, very well, right? They do reverse engineering, and they try to take up something from that product, and they add up with their existing product, then they will re-advertise it or remarket it, position it. There are a lot of other things. It happens with tourism industry also, right? It happens with tourism industry also. Like, if any, say, for example, if MGM is coming up with some sort of tourism products, say, for example, MGM is introducing some sort of activities, then ultimately then VGB will introduce the same thing here in the market to attract more number of customers. That is what imitability is. Then I told you about seasonality and demand fluctuations, right? And interdependence. Seasonality, that is unique feature of tourism. Right? Seasonality is a unique feature of tourism. Right? Nobody can predict the seasonality. We can predict it. Exactly, we can predict. But due to some other factors, it keep on changing. For example, in the month of, say, for a month of September, I was giving you an example about Manali. In the month of April, May, June, right, the tourism season starts in Manali. From the 1st of April onwards till June 15th, it goes on, right? After that, it is not a season here. When say, for example, some sort of natural calamity is happening in that destination, and the roads are closed, and they are saying some sort of disease is spreading in Manali. What happens immediately? Then people will not going to the destination, not visiting the destination, right? That's what happens. So seasonality and the demand fluctuations also, seasonality also changes sometimes due to some factors, and there are other factors as well. These are extreme situations, but in general, seasonality is one kind of unique features in tourism products. Anything, like, say, for example, a destination, maybe a hotel, or maybe a restaurant, or anything, and for a travel agency also, right? So seasonality, I told you, there are four different seasons are there in general in tourism. In general tourism, lean season, peak season, and season and peak season. Lean season starts from 1st of April to 30th of September, because there won't be much of tourists visiting the destination. Usually, what happens are In India, seasons are defined based on the tourist inflow and tourist receipts. You know what is meant by tourist inflow? Tourist inflow and tourist receipts, the number of income which is generated in the destination. That is what tourism receipts is, right? So tourist inflow usually like from October onwards till 31st of March, there will be huge amount of foreign tourist inflow in the country. And during that time, you can see a huge amount of tourist receipts are created. Like international flights are full, and almost you won't find a seat in that kind of, reaching our country. Like, the airport are packed up, right? These things are there. Seasonal. Then, and the season, very peak season, very peak season. The season is this thing. And peak season is like, the 20th of September, 20th of December to 20th of January. Some hotels keep that. And very peak season is not very peak season. Actually, it is like the 24th of December, like the new Christmas Eve, and 31st of December, Christmas Eve. These are the kind of very peak season where a lot of tourist inflow will be more, right? No, the hotels will be charging additional. They used to say like supplementary cost. So additional cost they used to collect from the tourist usually, like for the New Year Eve celebration or Christmas Eve celebration, DJs, food, unlimited liquors, etc., etc. This we call as a very peak season. But in general, it is called the the season, which I told you, seasonality, right? These things are there. So these are the things we discussed yesterday, and I told you about the different tourism products, like the different types of tourism products, natural tourism products, which I give you some examples, ecotourism destinations. Then I gave you man-made tourism products, right, which is about like the man-made structures, like the theme parks, water parks, whatever exactly, right? That goes on like that. And symbiotic tourism products is a combination of nature-based and the man-made structures altogether. The symbiotic, which I told you, like the zoos which is there, like the animals are the products of natural things, and the structures which has been created. The structures which has been created are just generally like the zoos, the cages. These are both the combination of symbiotic, natural and man-made, altogether called symbiotic. Right? Then comes the event-based, which I told you, like event-based tourism products are like the events which is happening, right? The Radha Yatra, which I gave you example, Puri Jagannath Radha Yatra, or you go to when the beer festival which happens in Germany every year once, and also like any conventions, conferences, and even the IPL. I gave an example also, or ISL, and like IPL and the football which happens, which happens in India, like leagues, any league matches, whatever it is, right? Or the World Cricket which happens once in 4 years, or football FIFA World Cup which happens once in 4 years, kind of like all are kind of event-based tourism products. No. So if I say event-based tourism products, what does mean? Like it has the potential to attract some sort of customers, huge amount of customers, or the tourists, we can say, right? Sports tourism, especially like if I say FIFA World Cup or World Cup, ICC World Cup Championship. If I say that, so they have a kind of particular group of spectators or tourists who visit and encounter or visit, and they participate, or just like a spectator, they be a part of the game and just watch and go back. And due to that kind of activity, there will be kind of a revenue which happens in that country, particular country. If it is happening in India, there will be a lot of tourists coming to India to see that matches which is happening in the country. Then ultimately the interconnected kind of business, like hotels, transportation services, guide services, food industries, everything will get benefited out of the tourist direct. That is what. That's why we are reading much about tourism also, right? Then I told you about site-based tourism products. Site-based tourism product, historical monuments, hill stations, beaches, like anything to the matter are called as site-based tourism products. These are the things altogether. The 4, 5 different types of tourism product. This was the discussion which happened yesterday. Then I was giving introduction about ancient civilizations in the country, right? Ancient civilization in the country, and so forth and so on, right? Like how the pre-Vedic civilization, how it is founded, Indus Valley civilization. I was giving some introduction about that. Then Vedic civilization, how Vedic civilization evolved, and what are the benefits of that. Then when Islam came into the country, then the Europeans. I just was giving some introduction about that. Then what is the importance of that Indus Valley civilization, where it is now actual location of Indus Valley civilization in the country? Like what is the time period of this particular Indus Valley civilization, right? So what was the abundance, like cultivation was Indus Valley civilization. There were bricks, like baked bricks used for construction. The mud has been taken out and was constructed like shaped into a kind of brick and is baked and it has been used. This was the thing, right? This was the thing which has happened there, like during the Indus Valley civilization. And water, proper irrigation facilities were there. Proper irrigation facilities were there in during the Indus Valley civilization, right? Then I was giving some information about weapons, war weapons, and ornaments, silver ornaments, and articles. Like it has been shared with the people who came for what to say, like who came for business, right? These were the things discussed. Then Vedic civilization, I told you about the Ramayana, and the Vedic civilization where the Hinduism originated. Like you can say about why. I mean, during the Indus Valley civilization, why there was no Hindu religion. Like during the Vedic, I mean, like Indus Valley civilization, people were worshipping different form of gods. They were worshipping nature and other things, etc., etc. When Vedic civilization came into existence, of the Aryans came into the country through tribal pass, right? So these things like give I mean give birth to the religion, Hinduism as a religion, and four Vedas were created: Rikeju, Sama, Atharva. Like each Veda has different importance. Like where the Atharvana Veda gives about the chantings and mantras, right? There's present day mantras. So Sanskrit was one such language which is used for in the scripts, manuscripts which was done. Then comes the Buddhist era, like from 80 to 480 BC, right? So then where Buddha was particular to, then spiritualism of Buddhism came into existence, and it goes on. Like these are tourism products. I was giving you some examples about like Buddhist era. I mean Alexander, what he did, what was the contribution. Then I gave about the when I stopped there. Then Gupta dynasty. Gupta dynasty came into existence from 319 CE to 467 CE, whereas Chandragupta one was the one who I mean, like originated or created the Gupta period dynasty. Like he was ruling for 15 years. Then he was called as the King of Kings. Like during his era, it was like all advancement, science, engineering, arts, literature, mathematics, astronomy, religion, philosophy, everything was flourished during the Gupta dynasty. That's why they were calling the Gupta period as golden era, right? Then comes the Harshavardhana period, like Chalukya Emperor, and so it was originated in the Deccan of India, right? No, Deccan means like the Hyderabadic region, right? Before Hyderabad, above Hyderabad, and the Hyderabad region. That is what Deccan is. Then the medieval Indian history, like started with the Chalukyas, Pallavas, and Pandyas, Rashtrakutas, and Cholas. Like Chalukyas, they were ruling the Telangana region and the Hyderabad, the Andhra Pradesh region, Chalukyas. You have a strong resemblance, like connection between the Cholas and the Chalukyas. And the Pallavas. Pallavas were the one who made a tremendous kind of work in the construction of. They created an impact in the monuments. Like if you go to Mahabalipuram, which is there in the southern part of India, which is near to Chennai, right? There you can see the 6th century to 7th century, 8th century monuments, which is there. Group of monument which is listed under UNESCO group of monuments, like man-made structures. It is UNESCO, the man-made structures which were like constructed during the period of the Guptas from the 6th century to 7th, 8th century. Right? It goes on like that. Different temples has been constructed. When I say about the Pallava dynasty, like Pallava dynasty has created a wonderful construction. The monolithic kind of architecture were evolved during the Pallava dynasty period, and the best examples of the best examples of the construction thing of Pallavas are the Mahabalipuram, which is there, like the group of monuments in Mahabalipuram. You go down to Chengalpat, and that's just that kind of region. You can see a lot of other temples which has been constructed during that Pallava period, and um, then one Shiva temple, which is very famous, and even under the possession of Archaeological Survey of India, right? Then that Shiva temple is also one part of marvelous, wonderful. We can see marvelous architecture, marvelous, that belongs to the Pallava dynasty. Right, during that period, when Pallavas were flourishing in the country, where the Cholas, which who were celebrated a lot, they were working as a kind of the kind of. Okay. During the Pallava dynasty period, when the Pallavas were very popular, they were very powerful during that time. The Cholas were working as a kind of soldiers, like who were the leaders who lead the soldiers, right? They were the Cholas. That time, Cholas were working under Pallavas. Then they gradually taken the position of defeating the Pandyas and Pallavas, and they created a huge dynasty, very big dynasty, right? When we talk about the Cholas, the monuments which I told you, like no, I mean during the Pallavas, the 6th and 7th, 8th century monument which has been constructed in Mahabalipuram, the Shore Temple, the different types of caves, and the five rathas, and the Arjunan penance, which are world famous, which are very world famous, and lot of tourists are visiting that kind of I mean, monuments every year for visiting that kind of monuments. And even we have seen one such soul temple, which is there in a kind of, what say, it's a kind of evidence of the construction, uh, the, the, the quality of construction where the Pallavas used to do it. And, there are around the six temples are submerged inside the ocean. That's history. Like, there is no, like, what to say, there are no efforts has been taken to showcase that kind of the temple which has been submerged in the ocean. I was working with a travel agency as a assistant manager for inbound tours. So we had an expedition to the sea. Like one of my tour escort went and explored that place, and you can even stand on the temple when you go deep into the sea. Like, it was possible. These things were there, right? Then we talk about the Cholas. Cholas were the one who that Tanjore big temple. They during that Chola period, the administration was efficient, everything was efficient. They have a proper revenue system, like they registered the lands, proper revenue system, the villages, everything was properly taxed. They collected good taxes also. They were collecting huge amount of taxes for expanding the empire, right? Tax were properly collected, noted, and everything was done during the Chola period. And they have countries across the Indian Ocean. They captured Sri Lanka during that time. Was the son of Rajaraja Chola, who captured under Rajendra Chola. The period of Tamil Nadu, it is evidence. It is purely like a construction marvel. And taking, they have was war between the Pandyas and said to be rival with each other. They destroyed and demolished the palaces of the Pandyas, the Cholas. Then Cholas in turn killed the entire race of Pandyas. I mean the Pandyas in turn demolished. That is the history. That is the history. And apart from Pandyas, the contribution done by the Pandyas, like the Meenakshi temple, Madurai Meenakshi Amman temple, which is there in Madurai, is one of the evidence of their architectural wonder. It keeps on, like, there are different types of temples. There are several temples which has been constructed in Tamil Nadu. Among the Tamil Nadu and some part of Kerala, some part of Andhra Pradesh also. Among that, these are the specific particular temple which is very famous, very popular, well-known tourism destination. That's it. And apart from the Pandyas, Cholas, you have the Cheras also. The Cheras are the one who rule the Kerala region. Cheras are the one who rule the Kerala region, and they have done a lot of tremendous kind of uh, contribution to the society. A lot of other things have been done. Right? That's it. So when we talk about the Mughals, then after the rules, Chera, Chola, Pandyas, and the Rashtrakutas and Chhat. Then comes the era of Mughals. And the Mughals, they invaded the Indian northern part of India and moved southern part of India as well. They took a huge amount of land. And one such king is Timur. Timur was, Timur. This is Timur. Because, Timur, why they say Timur is, his left leg is somewhat imbalanced. Kind of, during one bar, his leg was kind of, injured, and he was, walking in a different way. He can't walk properly. That's why he got the name Timur, right? So that is the history. That is registered in some sort of, that is the history. I can give the reference as well. And during that invasion which happened in Delhi, Timur was the one who killed around 1 lakh of people just for a simple law. That is the anger of Timur, right? Then, and after that, Humayun came, the Babur came. Right? Then the proper Mughal emperor was established. Dynasty was established during the Akbar, and followed by Shah Jahan, Shah Jahan, Aurangzeb. Then during their period, then Indo-Islamic kind of such as architecture is very called. There are several monuments, and one such example is Taj Mahal, right? And you can see a lot of other monuments which is there in Delhi as well. Like Qutub Minar is constructed during the. He's not Qutub. Qutbuddin Aibak is not the Mughal dynasty. He was the one who was kind of person who worked for the Mughals, right? Lot of other things, right? So after the end of Aurangzeb was the Mughal king, and there were not such so popular kind of Mughal emperors. And Aurangzeb cared very much. So he was the kind of person who believed in the religion very much, and made taxes for the Hindus and the non-Hindus, Muslims and non-Muslims. There are a lot of other things happening. We don't want to go deep into that. Just an introduction about that. Then Akbar came. Akbar came, and Akbar reformed everything. Proper same thing which happened in Chola. He properly measured the entire area. He laid the proper roads, and he gave protection for the people who were doing business. The people who were selling business goods and businesses were properly protected using their armies. They were every product which is coming into the state were taxed properly. They were properly, and people were appointed for collecting the taxes also during the Akbar period, right? They have a proper revenue department. They had a proper revenue department that was done during Akbar, and a lot of constructions also happened during Akbar, right? Then Shah Jahan came into the picture. Then Shah Jahan was the one who, the world Taj Mahal or the Tepu Sikri, right, etc., etc., right? Then comes the Indian ruler, Chhatrapati Shivaji, right? Even though Shah Jahan and Akbar were the Indians, born in India, but a different line. And Chhatrapati Shivaji came into existence within the country. He proved it's a Maratha empire. He proved his vital part, and he created his own dynasty also, right? So he created impact. Then after that, the important thing is the modern history, where the 16th and 17th century, where the Europeans came into India, tried to capture, they established a business company. Then later they captured the lands and things. After that, things happened in a different way. Then East India Company came into the picture. Then after that, the 17th century, the Victoria rule came into existence. The Queen was directly ruling the nation, all the entire country. Then Mountbatten was appointed to take the in charge of the entire country. these things happen. Then the other things happen, like the independence. And after that, most of you know that what happens after the 1947. That's a different thing, right? So when we talk about the tourism products, when we talk about the tourism products, so these are, which I told you, like the culture aspects are one such tourism products, or you can say, like, the constructions is also a tourism product. The cuisine, which has been provided by the different kings and queens, right? So Mughals gave a different kind of food variety to the Indians, and if you come down to South India, you have a different varieties of food. Cuisine is also one kind of tourism product, because those things are also sold in the market as one such of tourism product. For example, any Europeans, especially Europeans who want to explore the country, any Europeans who wants to explore the country, in that trip to India, the cuisine tourism is also one part, and there are tourism packages which has been developed out of the interest of the tourist, which is specifically done with respect to cuisine tourism. Got it? Which is specifically done with respect to cuisine tourism. That's it, right? So cuisine tourism is also one such tourism product. Your landscapes, like landscapes like mountains, glaciers, or the river flows, which is there rivers, different rivers in the country. Like, started from Indus, then you have the Ganges and the others, the tributaries of the Ganges. And if you come down to South India, then Kaveri, other tributaries of Kaveri. Likewise, like Godavari, like Krishna rivers, and these are the things which are the tourism again, the tourism products, one such tourism products. Then you have the mountain ranges, the Western Ghats, Eastern Ghats, right? The plateaus, Deccan plateaus, right? Malwa plateau, like all the other things, like you have the Himalayas in the north. So those things also considered to be a tourism product, and we can simply call, instead of calling them as a product, we can call them as a resources, tourism resources. We have natural resources, we have cultural resources, right? And the UNESCO World Heritage, UNESCO gives accreditation, like UNESCO heritage sites. They have split cultural heritage, and based on three categories, they are giving accreditation to this kind of cultural, natural, cultural, and mixed. These are the three things which they are doing. Likewise, when we talk about the uh, resources, tourism resources, like natural resources, man-made resources, we see about different types of tourism products, right? Types of tourism products, which I told you, man-made and natural tourism resources. All these things which has the potential to attract tourists. All these things usually which has the potential to attract the tourist, considered to be a tourism product. Simple way we can say, whatever the uh, uh, whatever the tourism product which is available in the market, it has some sort of potential to attract tourists. Unless it has a potential to attract any kind of tourist, they will not promote the destination. Say for example, there is one destination which has huge, rich in culture, heritage, whatever it is. Let's say for example, then the government, what it does is appoint some sort of marketing research organization to study about the future prospects, whether if the destination is developed, would there be any benefit for the government or the local community people? It depends upon that, right? So they do a proper market research and analysis. After that, what they do is they do well, they do invest in that destination. After the analysis is properly saying positive way, they invest in the destination. Based on the investment, like they develop the destination with the different infrastructure facilities for the local people as well as for the tourist as well, right? Then proper amenities will be provided and proper activities can be generated, right? The possible way of providing activities. This is what happens when a resource is identified, the tourism resource is identified, or anything like if I want to construct any kind of uh, um, um, a kind of a theme park, or a kind of theme park, or kind of Disney World kind of man-made entertainment facilities. I will do a proper analysis, like whether it is on the proper accessible area, and what are the nearby sources to attract nearby sources in the sense the potential customers. Is there any potential customers to visit the places? I do a lot of analysis, and based on the analysis only, then I'll go for an investment. That's it, right? So when we talk about the resources like tourism resources, maybe natural, agricultural, animals also considered to be a resources. Animals in the sense wild animals, which wild animals, one minute, one minute. Animals in the sense wild animals. Animals also like different types of animals. Say for example, we take the tigers, like the Royal Bengal tigers, which can be seen only in some parts of India. Like for visiting, seeing the encountering the tigers, like see tigers in the wildlife, natural wild setup. There are a lot of tourists who are coming to India. That is again a tourism product. If I want to, see the elephant which is there in the natural habitat, so I can come down to any of the wildlife sanctuaries in the country, and I can take a safari. That's a kind of again kind of tourism products, right? So when we talk about when I say about the different mountain ranges in the country, right? When we talk about the different mountain ranges, which starts from the Himalayan mountain ranges, Aravalli mountain range, India mountain ranges, Karakoram mountain ranges, the Eastern Ghats and the Western Ghats. These are the different types of mountain ranges in the country, right? So when we talk about the Eastern Ghats, Eastern Ghats almost like starts from the this Andhra Pradesh region, Telangana region, and Odisha region, that it comes down to the Coromandel Coast. Coromandel Coast in the sense like the Tamil Nadu, that is called Coromandel Coast. You can see that area, right? The Eastern Ghats, and the Western Ghats start from Goa, right? Maharashtra, Goa, and down to the Malabar Coast, like that goes down till Kerala, like Trivandrum. Until Trivandrum is a plain region, and you cross like 60, 70 kilometers deep this side, then you can see the mountain ranges. Like, these are the things, like, when Himalayan range, like, it covers Nepal, then some sort of northern region, Jammu and Kashmir, and we can see the Uttarakhand and that area, right? Uttarakhand, you can see that and things like these are the different types of mountain ranges which has the potential again to attract the customers, right? Vindhya and Satpura ranges, in the Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Uttar Pradesh region, and Deccan Plateau, in that kind of, uh, Hyderabad region, and the Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and that region, Deccan Plateau, right? So these are the different kind of, mountain ranges which have the potential to attract the customers. That's what we have seen, right? When we talk about the situation of India starts in the mountain, the range plain of India, Indus and Ganga, the peninsula, coastal plains, and the islands. Islands, we have two different group of islands. One is in Andaman, the other one is in Nicobar. And Andaman and Nicobar and the Lakshadweeps. Andaman, Nicobar, and the Lakshadweeps, which belongs to on either side of the India, right? Western side and eastern side. So western side is the eastern side is the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Western side is the Lakshadweep Islands. Has some potential, and the Andaman and Nicobar has some, huge potential. It has a kind of, place where it can able to safeguard our country from the enemies as well. That is the potential of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and it has, with respect to tourism, there are different beaches in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, different beaches, and there are different types of tribal people. Like one, tourists are allowed to visit in certain places. Certain places. Apart from that, nothing is possible. Then you have scuba diving possible. You have I mean, like snorkeling, scuba diving, and you can do other exploration, beach activities in these kind of areas. Andaman Nicobar Island, and the water is very clear because of the location from the mainland, location from the, I mean, the situation where it is situated, the location, it is far away from the mainland. That's it, right? On the other hand, Lakshadweep is like, no, you can access from Cochin. If you want to visit Lakshadweep, you have to access from Cochin. If you want to visit Andaman, you have to access from Chennai or from Kolkata. These are the possible ways to reach Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Like, that is the possible ways. And the internal transfers between the island, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, only possible through motorboats or the seaplanes. These are the only ways to reach the different islands in that Andaman and Nicobar Island. On the other hand, Lakshadweep, so you need to get a proper permit to enter into Lakshadweep, and that is possible. And there are some hotels, one or two hotels, which is very popular, which is run by the government, and it's been released to the private uh, private hoteliers. What they will do is they run the hotel for 1 or 2 years and they will hand over to the government. Like it goes on. Usually it happens every year like that. The same thing, like same thing. The tourism is flourishing there in Lakshadweep, and there are a lot of other activities that's been introduced, and etc. etc. Right? You can the same thing. Island tourism activities can be done in this kind of areas, right? Right? When we talk about the division of Himalayas, so where I said about the Himalayas, right? The Himalayas and the Ganges, division of Himalayas, the northwest Himalayan range and the northern Himalayan range and northeastern Himalayan range. So total length of Himalayas is about 2,415 kilometers. That is the total length of the Himalayas. And the Himalayas has been divided into three different ranges, like northwest and northwest, northeast, and north. These are northwest, northeast, and north. These are the three different kind of Himalayan ranges. When we talk about northwest, we can say it starts from Kunlun in the east and Karakoram in the south and east, Ladakh and Zanskar. These are the ranges which has been connected in that northwest range. When we talk about the northern range, it's the Kashmir in the north and it goes to Assam in the east, and Kashmir in the west and it goes to the Assam in the east. This is what happens with respect to northern range. And when we talk about the north and northeast Himalayan range, like the Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, and eastern Assam hills, everything which covers in that kind of area, right? Then the Great Plain of India. Then we have Great Plain. Three major rivers flows through the Great Plain. One is the Indus, Ganga, and the Brahmaputra. Right? It is like nearly 3,200 kilometer, right? The average width is about 1,150 to 300 kilometers. Total area is about 7.8 square kilometer, 7.8 lakh square kilometer, right? The northern boundary is the foothills is Shivaliks, like from the Shivaliks, like Great Plain of India, and it is about 200 meters above the sea level, right? So these are the things when we talk about the Himalayan ranges, like the mountains. These are the mountains which I told you, the Himalayas, the Western Ghats, Eastern Ghats, the Aravalli range, right? These are things which I told you, right? Clear? The Aravalli mountain range, India Satpura mountain range, Karakoram, right? Purvanchal mountain range, and also Eastern and Western Ghats. These are the mountain ranges of Indian subcontinent, right? Then comes your okay. When we talk about the plateaus, you have different plateaus here in India, like Deccan Plateau, Meghalaya Plateau, Chotanagpur Plateau, Malwa Plateau, right? Apart from that, you have Bundelkhand Upland, the Central Highland, and the Marwar Upland. These are the plateaus of Indian nation. Indian. If you divide the landscape of the India, these are the plateaus of Indian country, like Indian subcontinent. The Deccan Plateau is one, Meghalaya plateau is the other one. Chotanagpur plateau is the other one. The Malwa plateau is the other one. The uplands and the highlands like the Marwar upland and the Bundelkhand upland and the Central Highlands. These are the different plateaus in the right? In the English formula. When we talk about the rivers, like major rivers, there are several rivers. The several rivers, one the Indus system and the Ganges system, Ganga system, and the Brahmaputra. Brahmaputra, it's around 2,900 kilometers from the shores in the Kailash range of Manasarovar Lake, and goes down to Tibet, and Tibet from China, and from China it is entering into India. From China it is entering in India, and in India and comes into Arunachal Pradesh and goes down to Bangladesh and Myanmar, Bhutan, and when it get dissolved, mingled with the ocean, uh, these are the things. When we talk about the peninsular rivers, Maganadi, Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri are called as the peninsular rivers. These are the peninsular rivers with respect to here. In coastal rivers, when we talk about the coastal rivers, there are a list of rivers which have been originating in the coastal areas, the Shetranji, Bhadra, Dadra, so Bachedi, Periyar. These are the rivers, the coastal rivers, which usually dissolve, get mingled with the Arabian Sea, right? When we talk about the this side, on the other side, the eastern side, you have um, Pala River, Vaigai River, Penna River, Amsadar, right? Brahmani River, right? These are these mingle with the Bay of Bengal. So the Pala basin is about 17,870 square kilometers. And it has a heavy silt, and then it's useful for these rivers helps hugely for the agricultural development. So these rivers, the peninsular rivers, hugely helps in the agricultural activities, right? When then we can talk about so when we talk about the rivers and in tourism products, there are mountain ranges and the rivers, everything all together, we talk about the tourism potential as a tourism product in these regions. When we talk about Himalayas, so Himalayan ranges we can do the snow kind of activities skiing can be done. So Manali is one such example. Kashmir is one another example. Leh Ladakh is a different kind of desert, cold desert, right? Different kind of desert, cold desert, and where some other activities can be done, or the tourists can visit and enjoy the snowfall in that kind of region. Where India, when usually I would say like to say one more word as well. Usually what happens when we speak about India, India is a nation for all seasons. Right? That's what we say as a tourism operators. We used to tell our customers this. India is a nation with different seasons, and it has every reason to visit the country. Right? So, for example, if you want to experience very hot, we go to Rajasthan, we can see the deserts. Right? No, the deserts which is very hot, and if you want to go enjoy the snow kind of climate, go to Himalayas and Manali, you can experience the snow and other kind of things. And if you want to enjoy a moderate kind of climate, come down to south, and if you want to enjoy the rainforest, come down to Kerala, you can see the highest rainfall places. Lakiri is one such place, or you can go to other places in the country, So if you want to explore the mountainous region, go to the Uttarakhand, Uttaranchal, you can experience different kind of weather and climate. Or if you come down to Western Ghats and Eastern Ghats, again you can see a different climate. And there are several destinations in South and both the South, Southeast and Southwest. Like Southwest, you have the Periyar, or you can go to Munnar, you can visit the Wayanad. These are different kind of places where different kind of climatic conditions is there. And on the other side, you can go to Kodaikanal, Ooty, and Megamalai. Different types of hill stations are there where you can enjoy the a different kind of atmosphere, climate conditions, and other activities also possible, right? These are the different tourism products. I mean, based on the tourism products, based on all these tourism products, why we are studying these tourism products, are, you can understand the potential of that kind of tourism products, and it can be combined as a kind of event. I mean, an event can be created, an activity can be generated, and a tourist package can be developed, or a circuit can be created or developed, so that it can be sold to the customers, and the customers can enjoy that kind of uh, destination, or the activities is being provided in the destination, and then explore each and everything, right? These are the uses, or we can say these are the these are used as a kind of, the purpose of studying these kind of geographical features. And apart from this kind of, the rivers and the mountains and the ranges, plateaus, we have Indian Ocean on the south, down south, and we have Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal on both sides, eastern and eastern western side, right? So we have three different regions. We have bears also. We have mm, I mean, if I say about the Bay of Bengal and the Arabian Sea, a lot of tourists are visiting the Arabian Sea rather than the Bay of Bengal. Why? Because, the activities are not much, I mean, sea-based activities are not much, I mean, um, encouraged in this kind of eastern side other than the western side, because western side seas are very calm, quiet, and very good for beach activities, whereas the eastern side is the entire sea is very rough. So, if you happen to take, I mean, any kind of activities, there will be huge amount of, I mean, loss for the land. If you take this scenario data, then you can see huge amount of land has been lost due to the beach activities which is happening on the eastern side. Whereas western side, we can see the Marari beach, or the Kovalam beach, the Varkala beach, or the beaches in Goa, the beaches in the Maharashtra region. All have a kind of potential with tourism, right? So India has a kind of land, I mean, a kind of geographical features with a different kind of, different kind of well, resources, or the potential, or the landscapes and the landform, right? And the different climatic conditions also, different climatic conditions in different parts of the country. North is totally different, south is totally different. If you go to Rajasthan, the temperature is totally different. On the other hand, if you go to the eastern side, eastern part of the country, you can experience different kind of climatic conditions. We don't come down to central India, it's totally different. Like people, the culture, the dress, food, everything different. So that's what I say. India is a country has a reason for a season for every reason. If you have any reason to any country, instead of visiting individual country, you come down to India, you can see the entire nation has a different potentials and different kind of uh, what to say, different kind of tourism opportunities, we can say. Opportunities for the tourists to enjoy everything in the country. Like one nation with a different kind of landscapes, different kind of structure, different kind of religion, right? Different kind of language, different kind of food, right? Everything is there. Okay. Hope it is clear, right? I've covered the first part, first unit in this 2 days, right? We'll see in the next class. Right? Any questions would you like to ask?
No, sir.
Any questions would like to ask? Thank you.
No, thanks. No,
Right.
no
Then,
thanks.
okay. Thank you. Good day. Good day. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good
Good morning,
morning.
ma'am.
Yes, so welcome to the second session. Vismay, Prakash, and Nivedita. So
Yes,
this
ma'am. Good morning.
only you were there for the first session also?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
Yes.
Jay Prakash, I think yesterday I did not meet you. You are joining for the first time for this class.
No, sir. No,
So
ma'am.
can I
This is my father mail ID. My name is Pranav.
Pranav?
Yeah.
Okay, if you don't mind, can you come to the screen for a while? Because yesterday we had an introduction session, you were not there. Just to see your face so that I can recognize you if I meet you from outside. Are you working somewhere? Today is Sunday, no? There may not be any work. Pranav, where are you from?
Kerala.
Okay, where in Kerala?
Kozhikode.
So what are you doing? Are you working?
Yes, I am a lecturer.
Where? Where?
Kozhikode Management College.
Kozhikode?
Management College.
So which subject you teach there?
Commerce.
Commerce. Okay. Like Vismaya, you are also a teacher of commerce. Okay, good to know that.
Ma'am, my
Yeah,
name
so
is not
yesterday,
Vismaya. Vimya.
Vimya. Okay,
Yes,
okay,
yes.
okay, right. Vimya.
Okay,
Vimya.
ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. Nivedita, are you available today? Nivedita was not responding yesterday also. Okay, then we'll start the class. So yesterday, for Pranav, for your information, I gave very brief introduction about tourism, the concept of tourism, and the definitions of definition of tourism, or who are the people whom we consider as tourists and not considered as tourists. That is where we stopped yesterday. So today we will be discussing about the basic characteristics of tourism, then typology of tourist, types of tourism. If time permits, we will discuss about the interdisciplinary nature of tourism, so that we can complete the first unit and some portion of the second unit. Okay, so I will share with you the PPT. Just a minute. Are you able to see the screen now?
Yes, ma'am. Visible, visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So today, first we will discuss about what constitute a tourism product or a tourism attraction. So yesterday in our discussion, I told you that it is not a very simple product. Like when we purchase any other product, we can go to the market and buy a product as it is. We can go and you can go and buy a pen or some mobile or a car or any other products. You can just go search for the product, and whatever you like, you can purchase and come back. But in tourism, Can anybody tell me what exactly is the product of tourism? When we discuss about the business of tourism, both of you are from commerce background. So, in that perspective, what exactly we get from a tourism product, or what exactly we get when we purchase a tourism product? Can you tell me that? Any guess? Pranav? I think you don't like questions in the class. Okay, no issues. So exactly, there is no such product exclusively for tourism. That is what you have to understand first. We don't have a specific product to sell that exactly telling that it is the product of tourism. If you ask me, what about destinations? What about transportation, airlines or railways or hotel rooms? It is all given by some other industries. So we don't have a single product to sell. There exactly this discussion comes, what constitute tourism products. So we call it as elements of tourism. In brief, if you take, there are very basically three elements of tourism, and time by time we add a few other elements to those lists. Basically, there are three elements for tourism without which we cannot offer any product to the tourist. So you, from yesterday's discussion, all of you would have understood that in tourism, we need to move, we need to travel. To travel from one place to another place, we have to make use of various transportation modes, whether it is airline, whether it is railways or coaches or water modes of transportation like cruise. So we need to use some modes of transportation to move from one place to another. So that comes as the major component of tourism. That is called accessibility. So if we put it into different A's, instead of writing just transportation, to make it as easy component, we have named it as 5 A's of tourism, or starting with 3 A's of tourism. And the first A is accessibility. Accessibility is the component where we need to transfer or move from one place to another. So without any transportation mode, we cannot have any tourism activities. That's why it is the first component. And the second component is, see, yesterday again we have discussed, a tourist should stay in the place visited. So without stay, that will not be becoming tourism. So a tourist should move from one place to another, which is not away from his usual place of residence, and to stay there at least for one night. So what is required when you need a stay in a place? We need some accommodation. So accommodation, either whether it can be a hotel, or it can be a resort, or it can be a different alternative accommodation like homestays, houseboats, cruise. So it can be anything of that kind. Even we have hostels, tent houses, tree houses. All these are some kind of accommodation facilities available. Even you can stay with your relatives and friends also. Okay, so but
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, your screen is not moving.
which screen you are seeing now?
That means interdependence between elements.
Yeah, elements of tourism, no? Accommodation, accessibility, attraction. That 5
Okay,
A's.
ma'am.
Yes, I'm in that slide only. Okay, I'm not. I
Okay,
have
okay,
not.
ma'am. Okay.
Okay, so accessibility. So did you understand what is accessibility?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Transportation. The second one is accommodation. So and third one, what is required is attraction. Now I'm moving little. Sir, I not in this slide. If you want in detail, I will show you another slide. Yeah, so the third component is the major attraction of a destination. So these are attractions. See, mainly people travel to destination for what purpose? It is just to travel or to stay. It is not for that. It is for enjoying the destination. So the destination is what we have mentioned in attraction. Attraction is major destinations and major attractions available in the destination. So if you are traveling to Ooty, Kodaikanal, the nature itself is the attraction for you. If you go to Goa, beaches are the major attractions for you. If you go to any metro cities, so the city and the urban life is an attraction for you. If you go to any village area, the village life is the attraction for you. So that is the major component of tourism. Actually, these three are the basic component of tourism, without which we cannot have any tourism activity. So the basic components are in 3 A's. One is accessibility, accommodation, and attractions. It's basically transportation, accommodation, and attractions. Okay, so now one stage, people are not very happy with only with transportation, accommodation, and attraction. Even though destinations are very attractive, we have wonderful attractions in the destination, they need more amenities in the destination. Suppose, see, people are interested for having good food, we need restaurants. So if are interested for having some indoor and outdoor activities, games, so that facility should be there. So shopping facilities should be there. So that all come under amenities. So some extra facilities available other than the basic requirements are called amenities. For example, for tourists, we need facilities like communication facilities. Nowadays, without Wi-Fi, people will not enjoy any destination also. If wherever you go, in your accommodation unit also, first thing you will be asking maybe for Wi-Fi password. Without that, you will not enjoy a destination. So communication and facilities, then in some other infrastructure facilities, basic requirements of water, electricity, then food, restaurants, everything come under amenities. So then again, only with those amenities, attractions, accessibility also, we will not be completely satisfied. So nowadays the trend is tourists want to involve in various activities. So wherever you go, first we will search what are the activities possible. A tourist going to Goa without a beach activity there, their visit is not complete. Their enjoyment is not complete without participating in various beach related activities. They have scuba diving. They have they have some kind of activities like banana ride, jet ski. So these kind of activities are available in the beaches. Okay, parasailing is available. So when you go to a hill station, there you can join for trekking. If it is a wildlife area, you can go for wildlife walk, wildlife trek. So like this, related to the destination, each destination activities may be different. According to the nature of the destination, people involved in various activities also. So
Ma'am, I had an experience in doing parasailing at Morpilangar beach.
yeah, you have experienced it.
Yes,
Mullaperengal
ma'am.
beach,
Oh,
they have started parasailing. Huh?
yes.
Yeah,
I'm a second year student as a part of NCC activity.
okay, right, good, good. Muripilangada beach, I think it's the longest
Yes,
drive-in beach.
longest
Drive-in,
beach.
longest drive-in beach. In that beach, whoever goes in their vehicle,
Yes, yes,
ride on the beach itself is one of the major exciting activity.
yes,
Correct?
ma'am. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, ma'am.
Sure. So
Okay.
just imagine you take a destination. Pranav, can I talk to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Pranav, which are the, can you tell me any destination which you have visited?
I have
During,
experienced the Kanyakumari beach and the Kovalam beach.
yeah, you have been to Kanyakumari, no? Kanyakumari. How did you enjoy the destination? How did you reach the destination? By
It's
train?
a family trip. Family trip, ma'am.
By train, no?
Yeah,
By train or by bus? Bus.
by train, by train.
By train you reached there. Where did you stay?
Just resort.
Yeah, you have stayed in a resort. And what are the sightseeing you did there? You remember one or two sightseeing? You tell me.
Resort.
But both the days you went for sightseeing, right? So you visited all the major sites in Kanyakumari. And did you join for any activity there? I think you have a boat riding, no, in the beach.
In
Yeah, boat riding in the beach. So you had some shopping from there. So you
no, ma'am.
would have watched either sunrise or sunset. Your family members would definitely they would have gone for some shopping. Huh? So you had good food there. So that is the way we enjoy a destination. Okay. So if you take the whole experience you had in the destination, you will understand these components. So you need to travel, you need to stay there, you need to have food, you need to participate in various activities, you need to enjoy various attractions. If here attractions means it can be natural attractions or man-made attractions like monuments. You may go to temples, you may go to church, you may go to various historical buildings of importance. And there I mean, if you go to Mysore, there are some shows are available, water shows are available, so you may participate in various such shows available. You may participate in various activities, so that gives you the entire experience of travel tourism. Okay, so these are the basic elements of tourism. Just for your understanding, I gave you all the examples. Basic elements of tourism are accommodation, transportation, and attraction. So if we put it in A's: accommodation, accessibility, attraction, amenities, and activities. Okay, is it clear to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Clear.
Okay, now we will go to the next topic, which are the characteristics of tourism. Just a minute. Now we will see the characteristics of tourism. So tourism is as you know, that tourism is little different from any other product, and the basic nature is because it is a service product. Okay, so here services are more relevant component of tourism. So whatever characteristics we discuss here may be similar to the characteristics of other service industries. Okay, so these are the various characteristics of tourism products and attractions, or it may be tourism products or services. So all these terms you would have heard, if you have studied any service marketing or service characteristics, you would have studied these characteristics there also. But we will connect these to tourism product or services. Okay. Yeah. So now before that, I would like to ask you, what are the products of tourism? Then only this, topics you will understand. What are the products and service? Can you list out some of the products and services of tourism? What are the products? In general, products can be man-made products and natural products. And even we have commercial products also. Commercial, natural products includes our beaches, our wildlife, our national parks, wildlife, glaciers, deserts. So all the creations of nature which makes the attraction for tourism. And similarly, we have other attractions which are created by a human being to entertain tourists or to give experience for tourists, like our earlier rulers. They have made many forts in India, some monuments in India like Taj Mahal. We have forts like Red Fort, Agra Fort, and we have many temples, churches in different part of the country. And we have other what are other things? Yeah, all these kind of attractions form the man-made attractions. And again, within this man-made attraction, we have theme parks, which again forms attractions for tourists. So some of the attractions are man-made attractions, few others are nature-based attractions, and there are few other products which are the combination of these these two. So it may be created by nature, but human being have made it as a tourist attraction. For example, some kind of flower shows. Actually, flowers are nature's creation. The shows are created by human being. So like that, few attractions. Even this zoo is also a combination of natural and man-made. So like that, we have activities, this water sports activities. It is also a combination of two, which we call it as symbiotic attraction. Symbiotic, where it is created by nature, and human being has created that into an attraction. For example, best example is water-based activities or snow-based adventure activities. We have snorkeling, scuba diving, as said, other water sports activities. Nowadays, water walking is there, beach, underwater walking. So these are activities. Actually, the main attraction is beach, water. That is nature's creation. But that activity is planned and created by human being. That's how it is called symbiotic tourism attraction. This is for your information. And now we'll come back to the characteristics of tourism. The first characteristics of tourism is intangibility. So tourism, the services in tourism, it is not everything in tourism. Services in tourism cannot be touched, or we can only feel it. So usually, any other product, if you are planning to buy a car, you can go to the showroom, then you can go for a test drive, then we can decide whether you need to buy the product or not. Is it possible in case of tourism? Is it possible?
No, not possible.
Not possible. Suppose if you are thinking
about
a Singapore, if you are thinking about a Singapore trip, can you have a test for that? It's not possible. So without even knowing what exactly is the product, we have to purchase it. So the service aspect of tourism is intangible in nature. We cannot touch. Can you have the real experience? Can you touch it, or can you see that? We can only feel it. So this is one of the major characteristics of tourism: intangibility. Tourism, the services are intangible in nature. So you see, suppose you are flying in a flight. You booked a flight seat. Now, when you buy a flight ticket, so actually, can you really touch it? You can only experience that flying. You can touch the seat, you can touch the flight, in the surfaces you can touch, but actually what is the product? Your travel, your movement is the product that we can only feel. So if you take any example, like this, any service aspects of tourism, the hospitality aspect, so we can only feel it, we can only experience it. So the majority of the tourism services, tourism products are intangible in nature. There are specific few things which we can touch also. Okay, food is also a product, so we can touch it and we can have it. And when you purchase something like from the destination, like a souvenir, you can touch and feel it. That is different. Okay, so the first characteristics is intangible in nature. Tourism experience can be only felt, cannot be touched, or cannot be seen. Okay, then the second characteristic is here in this slide they have given some more examples about tangible products and intangible products for your information. So tangible products, customer, anything which we can feel, touch, taste, they are called tangible products. So that is what I told you. When you have food from a restaurant, it is tangible in nature. But visitor experience, when you go and experience a destination, so the whole experience cannot be cannot be in the form of in a tangible form. Customer cannot see, feel and touch or taste prior to the purchase of any product, and the producer has less control over the quality and consistency of the experiences. And this is another characteristic: experiences are highly perishable in nature. That is our second characteristic. It is the third. I have put it as a third one here: perishability. So tourism products are perishable in nature. I hope you understand the meaning of perishability. We cannot store it for a longer time. Tourism services or products, we cannot store it for a longer time. If you compare fruits and vegetables, unless it is not in the refrigerator, we cannot store it for a longer time. So tourism also has that perishability nature. So can you just guess how tourism is perishable? Why we can't store it?
That means after a it may be a chance of outdated.
Yeah, chance of outdated. And for example, like now you can in the picture you can see a person is flying. Suppose a flight with some 200 seat, 200 capacity. I know they are operating one day, but for that particular day, booking is only for 150 seats. 50 seats are not filled. So that 50 seat, can they store it for the next day and sell it as 250 seats? It's not possible. No, it is not possible. See, if 50 seats are vacant for today, that that is done for that day. They cannot use that seat for the next day. That is why at the end of the day or towards the end of the journey, they sell those seats for special discounted rates. If the last one, if they come, sometimes in the case of cancellation, you may get it as a discounted rate also. Okay, so that is the nature of perishability. Yeah, so tourism products, we cannot store it for another day. Suppose in a hotel, if a hotel has 25 rooms, and during weekdays only 10 rooms are filled, 15 rooms are not filled. During the weekend when there is rush, we cannot store this for weekend, and we cannot sell it as 35 or 30 40 seats. That is also not possible. The sale which we lost for today is lost forever. Correct? So that is the nature of tourism. We cannot store any services for the next day. Yeah, it is similar like our food, which we cannot store for a longer period of time. And tourism experiences, if you don't go today, to a destination, your experience for that day is over. Tomorrow is another day. Tomorrow is another trip. So that is the nature of another second characteristic of tourism, that is called perishability. We cannot store tourism products for a future date, for a future experience. Okay, so if you wish to have experience for today, that we have to do it today itself. Yeah, so third characteristic is, second one we missed, inseparability. Here, in the concept of inseparability, we cannot separate tourism product from services, or we cannot separate tourism product from the service providers, or we cannot separate tourism product from the tourist itself. So it is actually, it should go together. So once you plan a trip, once you start a trip, from the same time your experience also starts. It is not a separate one. When you purchase, like, see, any other product, when you purchase, if you have a car, you can plan your trip anytime as you wish. It's not necessarily that you have to use the car from the next moment you purchase. But when you purchase any tourism product, you have to start experiencing that product from that moment itself. Otherwise, as we have discussed, that experience you will lose. Okay, so if you have an airline seat, so from the time the flight takes off, from that moment onwards, your experience starts. If you could not get into the flight, you lose that opportunity. So if you're not experiencing, you lose that opportunity. From the moment, your experience also starts. And again, here, separability concept we discuss in different dimension. One is, you cannot separate tourist from the product. We cannot separate tourists from the service providers, because tourism experience as a whole, it is an amalgam of different products and services. So we need to go with the service providers. Okay, so hope you understood what is the meaning of the idea inseparability. We cannot separate product from providers of service. We cannot separate product from the tourist, and everything should start simultaneously. Okay, tourism production and consumption starts simultaneously. Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am, clear.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
the first
Clear.
we discussed about intangibility, inseparability, perishability, and another concept is variability. Here, variability, very easy to understand. Nimya.
Yes, ma'am. It means
Yeah.
changing or varying. One service is entirely different from another service.
Service is entirely different from another service. That is one thing. So each service, it depends on who are the people providing services. So that is one example. Okay, so I will explain that. So same thing, same product, when you purchase from different providers of service, you get it in a different form. You can experience in a different form. That is one aspect. And second aspect, both Nimmi and Pranav would have visited one destination. I hope both of you have visited Kanyakumari. Nimya, have you visited?
Yes, ma'am, I visited.
Yeah, so both of you have visited same destination, Kanyakumari. But if I ask you in detail, both of you would have different experience in the destination. You both experience a destination in a different way. Is it correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So
Yes,
again,
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
if you visit a destination alone, you have a different experience. If you visit a destination with a family, you have a different experience. If you visit a destination with a group of affinity group, so all of us we would have traveled along with our friends. Same destination, if you travel with your family, that is different. If you travel alone, the whole experience is different. So same a product can give you different experience, and it's all depending on how you experience your. So one thing is your companionship. Based on the companionship, your experience is different. Then again, based on the seasonality, if you go to a destination in season time, your experience may be different. If you go same destination, if you choose to go in a off season time, your experience may be different. So the crowd in the destination, that gives a different experience. So again, as you have mentioned, if you are an explorative in nature, if somebody people, I don't want anybody to plan my trips. I go and explore myself, so I have a different experience. If I go with a tour operator, I have a different experience. So same thing, same product we experience in different ways. Okay. So personally, if you ask me, different destinations, I have traveled many times. So I travel with my students. I have traveled with my friends. I have traveled with my family. Each time, each destination has given me different experiences. And suppose same destination, if you have traveled 2-3 times, you may know. If you have traveled, if somebody from Vienna definitely would have visited Mysore 1 or 2 times. Okay, each time you will have a different experience. So how it is possible? Destination is same, Mysore is the same, their palace is the same, or garden may be the same, but you get a different experience. That is what tourism is. Okay, so each product gives you different experiences, different time, based on seasonality, based on companionship, based on the various activities you involve in the destination, number of days you spend the destination. Okay, so that is the characteristic variability in nature. Okay, yes. Now the next one is combination of many elements, and let us discuss this absence of ownership. So now, nowadays tourists spend a huge amount for their holidays. Okay, so they spend lakhs of amount for an international trip. But the end of the trip, when they come back, at the end of the trip, they will not have anything in their mind, but in their, in their hand, it will be there in their mind. But if you spend 1 lakh, and if you buy some tangible things, 1 lakh you may get a bike. 1 lakh, you can buy some gold you can buy, but you will get the ownership of that at the end of when you purchase gold for 1 lakh, you have that with you. If you buy a bike for 1 lakh, you will be the owner of that bike. But when you spend some money for tour, at the end of the tour, you don't have anything with you as a tangible thing. You will not get ownership of anything. What you have is only your memories with you. Your memories with you, the experiences with you, so the exposure you get, the knowledge you get. So these are what you own when you purchase a tourism, some tourism product. Okay, so that is the challenge also. That is a challenge also for a tourist. So it's out of all the trust you spend this amount. If it is done by a tour operator, you are giving half of the amount, or sometimes nowadays they ask for full amount in advance. So then you trust them and they will operate the whole tour for you. Okay, so here we are not expecting anything other than our memories for experience. So that is another characteristics, absence of ownership. Perishability we have discussed, variability we have discussed. And here, see, another characteristic is it involves many elements. As I was discussed with you yesterday, there is no single product to tell that this is the product of tourism. We don't have any single product to tell. Can you tell that in a single word that this is the product of tourism? It is very difficult to tell. Other than we can tell that experience is the product of tourism, but experience, we cannot exactly tell that's a product of tourism. Here, what we do is we combined different elements together to form a tourism experience. Okay, so we take transportation, like we book tickets in aeroplane or train, or by a coach, or you hire a taxi. So that is one component. And accommodation, we book your rooms in a hotel or a resort or a kind of homestay. You can book your accommodation, and you book your activities. Yeah, so you book your activities, and so it is a combination of different elements together. Okay,
just
different
like the travel.
Yeah, Pranav, you tell me.
Just like the travel package.
Yeah, travel package. So even if you don't book as a travel package, if you are traveling alone also, if you are traveling independently by booking from your side also, you need to book a ticket, you need to book a hotel, you need to book for your activities, you need to get different entry tickets, and you need to go for some sightseeing. So, and everything all together form your product, right? All together
Yes,
forms your product. Okay, that in simple way we call it as a tour package. Tour package is a single product sold by a tour operator by combining all these elements together according to your interest, according to the passenger tourist interest, and according to their budget. So they design a package for you, or there may be already ready-made packages available. But what is this package? This is a combination of different elements, including air transportation, accommodation, attractions, activities, shopping, all together. I mean, shopping usually is not included in tour package, but other things are included. Food, your food, everything is included in the package. So there is no single product in tourism. So it is a combination or amalgam of different elements together to form a tourism experience, tourism package. Okay, so that is another characteristics. So it is not a single product. Any other industry, if you see, there is a single product for them. But in tourism, we don't have any single product, and that is why we have kind of agents in between. Because for everybody nowadays it is easy, because everything you can book online. Packages are also there, tickets in separate also we can arrange your you can make your arrangements for travel. But still some people are confused which one to go for, which one we have to combine. And we are, as the perishability nature, variability nature and intangibility nature is there, we cannot test it. We unless we experience it before, we don't know which flight experience is good, which accommodation is good, when you reach there, whether they'll be providing a good service in the destination. We are not sure. That's why many of them still they depend on tour operators, okay, for their experiences. Yes, so these are some of the characteristics we have discussed: intangibility, inseparability, absence of ownership, perishability, variability, many elements, then an interdependence between the elements is also very important, because these elements should go together. These elements should go together. Otherwise, if suppose in a trip, you have taken a package, and in a trip you had a breakdown while going for a sightseeing. So one element, a complaint with one element will spoil the whole experiences. Okay, so again, everything should go together. Like if your transfer service, you have booked everything, you have reached your destination, and you are waiting for your taxi to drop you in the accommodation unit. If the taxi person has not come, again it will be delayed, your sightseeing will be delayed. So there should be interdependence between all these elements, transportation, accommodation, everything is interconnected also. Okay, interdependence between the elements. And another character is heterogeneity. I'm going a little fast because we have some other topic also to be completed. Heterogeneity means each product is is of different nature. It's not similar in nature. If you go to a nature-based destination, your experience is different. Your culture-based destination experience is different. If you go to a beach, experience is different. If you select a hill station, your experience is different. It is not similar in nature. Even same place, you get a different experience. It varies in standards and quality over time, which cannot be consistent. It is heterogeneous in nature, not homogeneous. And as I have told you, there is always an element of risk in tourism services, because it is not pre-checked. Any time, any change can happen. You know what happened during COVID time. Many people, they have booked their international trips and all. Finally, there was a complete lockdown, and people could not travel, and they lost their money while which they have given advance or booking. Anything that can happen. If any natural calamity happens, if there is a flood, or if there is a terrorist attack, political issues, health related issues, anything, there is always as uncertainty in case of tourism. Okay, uncertainty can be from the tourist side or from the destination side. It can happen. That we have to anticipate always. Element of risk. So these are the major characteristics of tourism, what we have to understand. There are many. Due to time constraints, I am discussing only this: intangibility, inseparability, perishability, variability, combination of many elements, interdependence between the elements, heterogeneity, absence of ownership, and each component is manufactured by many producers, because your transportation may be manufactured by an airline or a railway or a coach liner or a cruise. Like that, it is manufactured by many producers. And seasonality is another major characteristics and element of risk. Okay, so is any doubt in the characteristics of tourism products and services?
No, ma'am, clear.
Yeah.
No, ma'am. Everything is understood.
Thank you. Now we have another 10 minutes time. I will discuss one more topic. This kind of rushing we are not used to. That's why, because we take one topic one day usually in the class. Because for you only 8 classes, we have to finish everything. Yeah, this is another big topic actually. Let me try to finish it.
Ma'am, can you share the model question paper in coming days?
Yeah, actually, yeah, we will inform the distant education department to share it with you. Okay, otherwise we will collect and share it with you.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
When is your examination?
The last year, first sem is already finished during the period of July.
Okay.
I think same.
This is 3rd semester, no?
Yes, third sem.
2nd sem also finished exam?
Yes, already result
Yeah,
published.
Oh, good. Okay, we will definitely share with you. We'll share with you the model question paper. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Anything in between, anything you can contact us. Okay. So now you are also our students, so you can contact us anytime. In personally also you can contact me.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. If you don't mind, can you share your email ID in the next class?
Yeah, I will do. I will do.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. So typology of tourism, this is one thing we will discuss now. Typology means, different types of tourism. In your syllabus, it is given different types of tourism and types of tourist. So both you can relate and write. Actually, I will be discussing in typology of tourism. Same thing, you can use it as types of tourist also. Okay. So in general, if you see, we have international and domestic tourism, which is self-explanatory for you. International tourism and domestic tourism in the sense, when people cross the international national boundary of the country and they go outside the country, they are called international tourist, or the tourism is international tourism. International tourism, we have inbound tourism and outbound tourism. Okay, inbound in the sense, tourists from a different country come to our country, they are called inbound tourist. Okay, that is kind of inbound tourism. If tourists from Singapore is coming to India, they are inbound tourists to India, they are outbound tourists to Singapore. Okay, so did you get the difference, inbound and outbound? Inbound the sense, from one country people are going to a different country, they are outbound tourists. Outbound tourists to the home country. But same thing, so for example, I am going to Singapore. For India, I am an outbound tourist. For Singapore, I am an inbound tourist. Got it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but I am an international
Yes,
tourist
ma'am.
as I am crossing the border of our country. Yeah, domestic tourism is the whole activities of tourism happening within the country. Passenger moving from Kerala to Goa or Kerala to Ladakh, so they are called domestic tourist. Yeah, that is a general classification. And second classification, yesterday I have discussed with you, leisure tourism and business tourism. If the major purpose of tour is for leisure purpose to relax, to rest, to have a break from the routine and to enjoy the destination, it is called leisure tourism. If the basic purpose of travel is part of your business, if you are going to expand your business in a place or for the purpose of attending meeting, conferences, exhibition, so that is called business tourism. Okay, that is second classification, broader classification. And we have another broader classification based on the impact generated by tourists in the destination. So you know that there are people, those who go to the destination in mass, large number altogether in the tourists. So they create a lot of impact to the destination. So that kind of tourism is called mass tourism, where we are not bothered about what we do in the destination, what are the negative impacts we generate in the destination. We are not bothered about it. So that is one aspect based on the impact. We have mass tourism, where people in large number go to one destination, irrespective of the carrying capacity of the destination. We don't think of how many number of tourists that particular destination can carry without creating negative impact. Okay, so that kind of tourism is called mass tourism. And the opposite to mass tourism is alternative tourism, where even the destination and the tourists are aware about the negative impacts, so they will be careful. Where we have different kinds of tourism, like ecotourism, responsible tourism, green tourism, farm tourism. We will discuss all those. All these tourism have come up with the idea of reducing the negative impacts caused in the destination. It is called alternative form of tourism. That is one classification, mass tourism and alternative tourism. And the similar thing we have put in different other terminology, like soft tourism and hard tourism. If tourists create a negative impact to the destination, it is called hard tourism. If they are visiting a destination without causing negative impacts, it is called soft tourism. And another classification is general interest tourism and special interest tourism. General interest, if when you go to Kanyakumari, we don't have any specific reason to go. Okay, we wish to experience the destination as it is. We are a general interest tourist. Okay, when you go to a wildlife sanctuary, just with a clear plan of experiencing the nature, the wildlife, and to learn about the flora and fauna, and to experience wildlife in close with a special interest for somebody who may be traveling for wildlife photography. They are called special interest tourism. So they have a special interest based on their passion, or in some people they go for solo trips out of their passion. Some people go for they go in bike riding. It's out of passion. Some people go and participate in their main interest of going to Himalayas, maybe for adventure activities. Okay, they all are special interest tourists. They travel with a special interest, not for general activities. Okay, so it is called special interest tourism. Another kind is general interest tourism. And based on motivation, we have different types of tourism. One is it can be pilgrimage, based on your purpose. When you go to a temple or a pilgrim destination like Velangani or Shabarimala, it is called pilgrimage. So pilgrimage tourism, heritage tourism, adventure tourism. People travel with different motivations. Space tourism, wildlife tourism. It's a kind of different kinds of tourism based on motivation of people. And based on the geography, now we have different classification like rural tourism and urban tourism. So as Nimnia is from Wayanad, I'm telling you, Wayanad is a rural destination. If urban people staying in the cities, if they come to a rural place or a village just to have an experience of a village life, so they may come there and see how people live in the village, and what are the cultivations, agriculture, various agricultural activities, and they stay in a homestay and experience it from that through the family, and how they live in that village, everything. So that gives them a different experience in a rural area. That is called rural tourism. In reverse, people living in village, when they go to the city, it is called urban tourism. Here the geography, that area differs. The area you choose differs. Either it is rural tourism or urban tourism. Sambasar has joined. Nimya?
Yes, ma'am.
You let me know when Sambasar joins, okay?
Yes, I can understood, ma'am.
I have joined, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes,
As
yes.
I here because it will be delaying, no? That is why. Okay, sir. I will finish in a minute, sir.
No, you take your time. No problem. And
Okay.
once you finish, I'll join. Yeah. I'll start.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you for a great, wonderful session.
Thank you.
I'm not
Okay, ma'am.
finished,
Thank you.
Nimya. I thought I
Thank you for
finished
your
some more
wonderful.
points. Just a minute.
Okay.
Then I will finish it here. Yeah. So then I think rest of the things we can discuss in the next class. Classification. There are few more classification, and we will discuss in the next class as Ambassador has joined. So thank you so much. If you have any doubts of whatever we have discussed, if you have any doubts, you please let me know. And sorry for going in speed, so that otherwise it will be difficult for us to give you an overview of the subject. Okay. So, but if you have any doubts, you can ask me now. If you want me, as I told you, you can text me also.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. So today's
ma'am.
questions are clear.
No doubt.
Okay.
At
Okay.
present,
ma'am.
no doubt, ma'am. Everything is understood and easy and clear.
Okay, thank you, thank you. We'll meet then next week. Okay. So by the time I will collect the model questions and share with you in the
Thank you,
next
ma'am.
week.
Thank you. See you
Thank you.
next week.
Thank you, ma'am.
See you next week. Bye bye.
Bye, ma'am.
Bye, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Just a minute. Students, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, yeah. So this is a continuation from the discussion which we made yesterday. There are 10 characteristics of a destination. And earlier classes, you listened to CB Madam about characteristics of the tourism. So now, if you look at the general characteristics of a destination, the first one is the physical appearance. I'll share the slide with all of you. So once the discussion is over, with the permission of the DD. So physical appearance, which plays a very important role in making a destination more appealing and attractive. Because architecture and landscape appearances, building conditions are certain vital aspects of physical appearance of a destination. And we live in the world of marketing. We live in the world of competitions. We live in the world of glamour. We live in the world of luxury. A destination must have wonderful, amazing physical appearance or physical evidence. One of the P's of marketing, as all of you know, is physical evidence. People, price, place, promotion, physical evidence, because appearance plays an important role. The first appearance that you get out of a destination is from the website of a destination. So once you see about a destination, whether it is, so you get fascinated, you get hypnotized, you get attracted. Why you get attracted towards a destination? Because the physical appearance. Maybe you may get attracted with the landscaping, gardening, or you may get attracted with the road conditions. You may get attracted with the beam towers. You may get attracted towards the hotels, etc., etc. The overall destination appearance. If you, for example, if you look at the Ladakh, let me give the example to you. Many of you must be knowing about Ladakh is a Union Territory of Independent Union Territory of India, which shares the border with Pakistan and China, and Jammu and Kashmir as another Union Territory. If any one of you plans to visit Ladakh, or if you suggest anyone to visit Ladakh, initially what happened, you surf the website, try to browse, try to be familiar how it is, how do they look like, how does it look like. And one of the photographs which you can surf today and see, like houses will be there in the terrace of the hill, a mountain. And why Ladakh is famous for? Ladakh is famous for hospitality. Ladakh is famous for a different landscape, completely different landscape, which is very uncommon, dissimilar. In the sense, if you go to majority of the accommodation operators belong to the community. Most of the community members, majority of them, they run the homestays or bed and breakfast, or paying guest, mostly homestay. And one, because if you see that it gives different appearance. At the same time, when you take a ride or take a drive in the Ladakh high terrain, high altitude, so the feel of driving, feel of problem of oxygen, feel of seeing the mountains without any vegetations, so that gives different altogether. So then we'll go to the cultural presentation of a destination. A destination, apart from getting better physical appearance, either greenery, if you go to, now people say physical appearance of the Ooty is lost. Many of you would agree with me. Why? Because the carrying capacity, the perceptual carrying capacity of the Ooty has crossed the limit. In the sense, now green covers have been covered by the concrete covers. All right. So greenery of tall pine trees and coffee plantations, tea plantations, mostly the tea plantations, and many other indigenous trees have been removed, and lands are labeled for accommodation, mostly the hotel industries, hotels, and toilet apartments. Now, if you drive from Metropolitan to Ooty about 2 to 3 hours, both the side of the road you will see tall buildings. So many urban dwellers find Ooty as their second home for climate and for climate and quality of the water mostly. So because they go for a change. So in this process, what I'm trying to tell all of you is, it changes the physical appearance of the destination. Now, people, instead of going to Ooty, they plan to go to another two places. One is called Kothagiri, another is called Masanaguri. Because these are the two places where the government has put restrictions on them not to go for any commercial hotels, because only the native people of the place, or people those who are constructing their personal individual houses, they can keep 2, 3, 4 rooms for homestay. Even they don't get homestay operations approval. The very basic reason is because the Masanagudi and the Kothagiri both come under the biosphere region of Nilgiri biosphere reserves. Ooty also is a part of the Nilgiri biosphere reserve, but Ooty has been fully developed, and you will see their drainage system, you will see their groundwater, underground, that piped water, you will get the sewage treatment plant, sewage line, and very organized. It is like a hill city. So therefore, the physical appearance of the destination is changing fast in many of the hill stations. So that is a great threat to the destination for providing authentic uh, and original experiences to the tourist. A time would come, tourists would shift. Now, tourists are shifting their stay from main Uti to the outskirts of the Uti. So slowly, what happened with the movement, with the shift of the movement of the tourist stay from main town to outskirts. Again, outskirts also will get changed with the concrete structures. I hope you have understood what do you mean by physical appearance. So therefore, it is essential for the planners, developers, and those who are those agencies which are at the helm of affairs. They should ensure that the physical appearance must be intact. Physical appearance must be preserved. Each place is known for the physical appearance. You take the example of Mount Abu in Rajasthan, very close to uh, Ahmedabad and Udaipur, so also Jodhpur, because it is from Udaipur you can reach in 3 to 4 hours, and from Ahmedabad also you can reach in 3 to 4 hours. From Jodhpur also you can reach in 4 5 hours. So Mount Abu is a beautiful hill stations as a part of the Arabali range, mountain ranges, and apart from the Prajapita Brahma Kumari headquarters and our Air Force stations, and Mount Abu is also a destination for many government offices. Uh, they have opened their training centers. Now Mount Abu is attracting too many tourists to Mount Abu. So when too many tourists to come to the place, so the place will have to accommodate them by constructing the hotels. The construction of the hotel, so the land settings will get changed. That is exactly about physical appearance. So cultural presentation, because each destination is known for cultural activities. So if you go to, you could take the example of Trishurapuram, Trishur, or if you go to Alleppey to witness the snake boat race, or if you go to, you know, that is called Ajmer and Bikas, that is called the place which is the Brahma temple is located in Puskar. So Puskar is known. Puskar is a very small town, tourist town, which is known for two important things. One is for the Brahma temple, which is the only Brahma temple in India, and second is the camel festival. So it is a week-long, fortnight-long camel festival, which attracts tourists to see camels, decked with uh, proper attires, traditional attires, and the camels are sold and bought. Buyers and sellers will be there to buy the camels. There is a dedicated place for the camels to be brought and exhibited, so that tourists also would see colorful camels. And camel is, the sheep of the desert, with the sheep of the desert. So therefore, cultural events and activities um, determine the quality of the destination. So therefore, Government of India Minister of Tourism has a plan to have cultural tourism, cultural dance festivals, activities nearby. You take the Khajura Dance Festival, Mahabalipuram Dance Festival, Tanjore Dance Festival, and you take the Konark Dance Festival, Taj Mahotsav, Goa Carnivals, and etc. etc. So in this phase, you will see. So the cultural presentations of the cultures. Nam sentence kar. So then tourism facilities, because apart from the first two characteristics that primarily uh, affect the or change the uh, shape of the destination, uh, and tourism facilities, uh, which are very important. Tourism facilities. Why? Because tourism facilities, in the sense, roads, buildings, restrooms, market, we call it as uh, tourist bazaar. Similarly, golf courses, sports stadium, etc., etc. Because basically, more importantly, accommodation, accessibility, activities, all these things must be there. There must be a proper hotel, different types of hotel rooms, different modes of transport, and wide roads, parking areas. There must be safety security to be maintained by the police. There must be proper health facilities. There must be no ambulance services, and there must be disaster management. If there will be any sort of natural disasters, if there will be rain, earthquake, cyclone, or so that means a destination must be prepared to deal the situation tactfully, so that the lives of the tourists can be protected. And tourism activities, as all of you know, some of the activities will be created so that to make the tourists to stay there longer. Sometimes wedding tourism, one of the examples. Rajasthan has found a place for wedding destinations. Tourists come there for marriage, etc. Historical aspects, because each destination has its own history. Most of the cultural tourism destinations have their own historical backgrounds. In this connection, because if you go to a particular building, go to a archaeological site, so there will be a historical background of the building, who built the building, how the building was built, how old is the building, what are the features of the building, and what was the purpose of the construction of the building, etc., etc., and how the building is so strategically significant, etc. Second is community participation, which is also more important today. Gone are the days community members were not given prime role or pivotal role or very active direct role in the management of a destination, or because the basic reason was it was top-down approach. Government was dominating in implementing policies and programs. So now, whether it is a small or big, if we take the example of the state of Kerala, so they have district tourism council, they have sub-regional tourism council, they have the divisional tourism council, they have panchayat tourism council, they have destination tourism council, because there will be a secretary at the destination, there will be a coordinator at the destination, so there will be a proper coordination, hierarchy, the flow of channel of information or delegation of decisions. Okay. So that means community members or community participation is an important characteristic of a destination. If you take the example of ecotourism or rural tourism, these are the two forms of tourism which you need community members to play a frontal role, and the role which makes and breaks the destination, the role which makes the destination to be sustainable, the role which makes the destination to allow the tourist to stay longer. So the role of community members are very, very significant. In one and another hand, the objective of associating community members means let them have the feel of owning the destination, let them have the ownership of a destination. And if they have the ownership of a destination, they will also feel they will try to contribute, they will participate, and they will not destroy. Rather, they will try to protect from the destructions, and they will try to prevent the tourists from destroying it. There was a time where most of the time, there were conflicts, there were confrontations uh, between tourist and local community members. Sometimes tourists attacked the community members, sometimes community members also attack the tourist. So in this situation, what happens that community members feel they are dominated by the tourism industry, and they express their anguish and anger, annoyance, which is truly happening in Kerala, Goa now. So I have seen a street in Donapola in Goa. There I have seen a banner with information that tourists are not permitted to walk on this road. What is a public road? So to my surprise, I took a photograph of it. So then with me, there was a professor. So we had a discussion what triggered the local inhabitants to put such a banner which would disturb the tourist sometime, and tourists would feel what is the point of coming to Goa when they are not allowed to go wherever they want to go. So, and Donapola is an attraction which makes the tourists to come there and see the view of the Arabian Sea. So this is one of the outcomes of over tourism, where community members consider tourism as a burden, not as a beneficiary, and community members feel that there must not be more tourism, or they don't want tourism to take a dominant role in affecting their quality of life. Perhaps they consider the movement of tourism, the movement of tourists in the street may invite some people to have shops, people to have eating places. So they will gather. So that will affect the comfort of their life. That is true. So similarly, the image of a destination, image is also an important characteristics of a destination. We had a discussion yesterday about the image and formation of image, how an image is formed about a destination or about a destination. Because sometimes, if somebody will ask you, would you like to visit Pakistan? You say no. Why should I go to Pakistan to lose my life? If somebody will ask you, would you like to go to the interior of the Nepal? You say it is not safe. Because no, Nepal has earned a name in the sense, the aircrafts used for charter tours in Nepal are not safe. There are many mishaps, there are many accidents, and most of the aircrafts are very old, being used by the operators. So this is the way an image of a destination is formed, or image of the destination is created. And so, for example, if somebody will plan to go to Thailand, oh, this is a fantastic place. So our experience will be very rewarding, and the visit of Thailand will be value for money. And if you go to Thailand, you can experience sea, sand, and surfing. At the same time, if you go to you know Egypt, if you go to France, if you go to Italy, see, if you people those who go to Italy or France, so there will be a warnings or point of caution to the tourist to be aware of the pickpocketers and touts. Those who are in Italy, they travel even on the way, they get looted sometimes, they get cheated. So similarly, I went to a small place near Kalburgi, Gulbarga, about 20 kilometers, 25 kilometers from Gulbarga city. So it's a very holy place. It's a confluence of rivers. Then, one, I said it's such a small place which attracts the pilgrimage to come there for rituals. But one or two, three, four places I could see the signboards stating, be aware of pickpocketers. All right. So this is the way the image is formed. If you go to Goa, so you see, or if you go to some other places. So image is consisting of cognitive image, behavioral image, conative image, like that, affective image, which I will discuss in details. Route potentials, because there is a a destination, there must be a route plan, a route matrix in the sense the routes of the destinations, road maps of destinations. So therefore, let's see, wait, keep writing. So therefore, you take the example of hill stations, Manali. If someone would go in the summer to reach Manali or Solang Valley, you may need 5 hours, just maybe 20-25 kilometers. So there will be a long line of cars. People from Delhi, Amritsar, Chandigarh, mostly from Punjab and Haryana, they all flock to Manali or Simla, Kulu, Dalhousie, some other places, just for avoiding heat, summer heat. So once they come, all the members know the problem is they have no alternative roads. When they don't have alternative roads, so usually, because hill station has a limitation of building the roads, which may cause the landslides. So, but if you take a conventional place, how a tourist vehicle can reach a destination without having any long waiting for the traffic? Can there be a dedicated tourist corridor that I am proposing? Maybe because I have already spoken in many occasions, because in a city there must be a road dedicated for the tourist vehicle to go from one destination to another destination, or tourist vehicles can be given time in the morning 10 o'clock or afternoon 2 to 3 to 6 o'clock. So 3 hours or 3 hours, so they can use certain roads, one-way traffic. This is the way the tourist vehicles can move smoothly without having any hindrances on the way to traffic. Because tourists, those who come from distant places, time is very important for them. So in the transit, when they spend more time unnecessarily in the car or bus, so that makes a big difference. And another thing, route map between the airports, bus terminal, and the railway stations must be done in such a way that it does not consume more time. That is linkages, because linkages, physical linkages, I'm trying to tell you how a destination can be physically linked with other destinations, other cities and towns, so that smaller destinations, smaller places can be promoted. If you take the example of Agra, if people come to Agra, they go to Fatehpur, they go to Sikandra, they go to Mathura, they go to Vrindavan, they go to Bharatpur, Bat Sanctuary, and even they can go to Gwalior, even they can go to Jhansi, and even they can go to Orchha Fort in Jhansi, they can go to um, Vidisha, Sanchi to see the stupa and come back one day. So overall status, because there is a matrix, because that overall status of a destination in the matrix, if somebody will place uh, the characteristics in the matrix, you should see that there must be a balance, right? So that I'm trying to tell all of you. So because if you go to a destination, you see tourist destination experience. So, चश्मा डाल लो, देखा जाऊंगा. So, because if you see this particular image, like a temple or like a mount or like a stupa, so tourist experience is in the end. What is the best? Is service infrastructure, in physical infrastructure mostly, a natural environment, legal factors, technological factors, economic factors, cultural factors, social factors, political come legal factors, etc. Because if you take the example of a destination, you would take the Lippard's model of tourism destination region, transit region, and tourism generating region, transit region, and destination region. So, if you take the example of this, a destination which attracts the tourist, the natural environment must be conducive. The climate must be very good. There must be good quality water, and there must be greenery. Tourists will not feel so hot. There must be good oxygen, pure oxygen. Why tourists would feel to move from one place to another? Not for the sake of change, but the sake of getting good oxygen. They spend crores of rupees, lakhs of rupees only to get purest oxygen, which will heal their many diseases. And at the same time, they can have the natural food grown over there, organic food or natural food grown over there. So then, political legal factors in the sense, tourists should not be troubled. Because many times, police person would stop the tourist vehicle to check their documents or legal papers, intentionally to get bribe from them. The whole idea is to get the bribe, get some tip from them. In this process, the vehicle would get struck and their movement will be delayed. And ultimately, the time for which they paid, they will lose. And political environment plays a very, very important. A country which is politically stable and a country which gives stable political system, a country which is supportive to the tourism industry, that country can get maximum benefits from tourism. So if I start giving the example to you about Singapore Malaysia, Hong Kong, Thailand, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, our neighboring country. So these countries which I have said to all of you is, they have open policy for tourism. So when tourists would come, their environment is made to facilitate, to welcome warmly to the tourist. Nothing would stop them, because if they want to have the enjoyment of the foreign liquor, they go to the wellness center, spa, etc., etc., their facilities to provide. That alone must not be unrest, because sometimes what happens, movement of the people, movement of the tourists gets affected because of the elections. Sometimes political uncertainties. I may give the recent example of Sri Lanka about a year and a half ago. So, how was the political condition of Sri Lanka? The general public citizen barged into the presidential house and, you know, shunted out the president from there, and people of Sri Lanka did not get salary on time, did not get petrol, and the banks were closed. ATM machines were not working. It was an anarchy, unrest. It is a kind of emergency situation. So in this condition, tourists would never feel to go there. How come? Whatever, regardless of their physical appeal, regardless of all characteristics we discussed earlier, they would never feel to go there. So therefore, now, because the 35% of the Sri Lanka economy is controlled by the tourism, means contribution of tourism to GDP is almost more than 2/3. So if it is the case, then the political system of the place, legal system of the place, legal system in the sense the government, the legal system must allow hotels to be established, allow the private airlines to operate, allow the private sector to invest in the tourism, and allow the tourists to get easily visa upon arrival. So, and if the tourists will, uh, because the system will try to ensure discipline of the tourism business, at the same time would not cause any inconvenience to the tourist. Technological factors which play a very important role, as all of you know, because this is the era of information and communication technology. All our businesses are controlled, run, managed by the digital powers. It is a digital press. So technological environment is more important. Technology in terms of automobiles, technology in terms of hotel sector, because if you go to hotel, technology is used to reduce the consumption of natural resources. Technology is used to minimize the cost of producing the product, cost of delivering the services. Ultimately, the price of the final product will get reduced so that it will be a viable and feasible product. So technology plays a very, very important role, I must say. Second is the economic factors, economic environment where there must be a stable economic environment where the country must not experience price rise, country must not experience people without job, people without income, and the country should be sound in poverty. There must not be mass poverty. People would try to so that means what I'm trying to tell you, that there must be transactions and the foreign currency must get accepted, and the country should have sound foreign exchange reserve ratio to run the economy, to get the things from the outside at the time of need. So economic conditions should be, cultural activities also must be open cultural activities, because each country, each destination is uniquely designed or gifted with cultural manifestations. And if you go to any destination in the world, each destination will have, you know, a bouquet of cultural activities. So therefore, in a year, there is there was a tagline promoted by the Minister of Tourism, Government of India. India is for all seasons, for all regions. India is for all seasons, for all regions. That means if a tourist would plan to come in the winter, there are things to be done, which is very ideal. In fact, India attracts tourists during winter, but there are places where tourists would not find comfortable to go to. You take the example Ladakh, Jammu and Kashmir. So tourists would not be, or even the northeast, like Arunachal Pradesh or Darjeeling, Sikkim, etc. So people don't go to northeast during the winter, because winter sometimes, because of the snowfalls and extra, so roads and other extra get blocked. So just a minute. Actually, my son has brought a beautiful sketch. I must say castle. Okay. Brilliant. Friends. So therefore, this is why I'm trying to tell all of you, social factors, which there must be the society to openly embrace tourism, openly hug tourists, openly allow the tourists to be there, and the tourists also would feel, and the societal practices must not stop the tourism activities to be there. There must be compatibility, because societal practices must not get affected by the tourism. Tourism also not get affected societal practices. That means overall, social factors play an important role in the. And if you move to another layer of the model, service infrastructure, shopping services, recreation available services, food services, travel services, transportation services, accommodation services. Because why these are the services? Because tourist, there will be a direct transactions or interface or meeting between the person who delivers the services, the person who receives the services and experience the services. Because if you go a vending machine to get a coffee, frankly, the coffee which will be prepared, filter coffee which will be prepared by a person, and if you go to vending machine, there will be a big variation of the quality of the coffee. One, because somebody would serve you a coffee with a smile and will talk you, how are you? And there will be a small conversation between both a waiter of a room boy and the guest. So there are small transactions, and you will have the flavor of the coffee, which sometimes more sweet, more less sweety, or maybe sometimes it is strong coffee, sometimes light coffee. So because that you cannot get in machine, though you program it. So therefore, service is something which can only be experienced from an individual human being. So travel services, food services, it is not the person who is traveling by airline. A person who is traveling by airline, not to reach from one place to another quickly, the experience inside the flight, in-flight services, mostly the air hostess or the steward, when they serve you, how do they solve you? If you want immediately a warm water, how promptly the air hostess would serve you a warm water. I have the experience of traveling by Indigo now. Indigo, which is the only aircraft having very good connectivity. I always take the warm water when I go to when I ask them to have warm water. Some of the air hostesses they would serve me very quickly. Some of them they would delay. Some of them would forget. You have to remind them. They would bring. I remember two three times, many times in fact, when they served me the warm water, they will serve me with a smile and tell me, "Sir, be careful. It must not fall on you, and it is very hot." And sometimes they cover the glass and with a small hole so that small passes where you can sieve the water. That is the feel which you cannot get it. Accommodation services, even room services or laundry services or you can say entertainment services, food services. You go to a restaurant or you can order the food which will be served to you. That means this is the way a person. Ultimately, what I'm trying to tell all of you is the last part of this structure of this presentation is tourist destination experience. How does a tourist have overall experience of a destination? That I'm to tell you. But it's so sensitive business, and our experience is also we are also too sensitive to our experience. Even one of the things, if the our shopping experience is bad, some shopkeepers, in the name of still giving you authentic handicrafts, they cheat you or they charge you more. Sometime, you get hot, your mood will be off, and you will be down immediately because we are human being. So we are very sensitive to many of our things. Even food services. If your stomach is upset, or somebody served you the uh, frozen foods, junk foods, or adulterated foods, which you consume and you get stomach upset, stomach poison, food poison. So in this case, what happened? So your experience will be bad. Whenever you talk about good things, you also remember bad things of the destination. Especially as all of you know, once we reach back home, we reflect upon how did you, how we experience the places. How did you drive? How did you stop? Where did you take coffee, tea, urinal, restrooms? It is an overall experience of the travel. So therefore, tourism business is not so comfortable in the sense, it is not so easy or simple. Let me tell you, people those who perceive that tourism business is so easy, so simple, so straight. There is no complexity. But to sending a tourist fully satisfied with the wonderful experience is a huge challenge on the part of the travel agent and tour operators. Mostly they deal with them directly, and most of the services are not owned by them. When they don't own the services and there is any negligence from any of the service providers, the owners of negligence goes to the tour operator and travel agents, etc. That I'm trying to tell all of you. Hope you have understood clearly. So if you come to a destination and products, if you try to establish the relationship between destination and products, so destination is a product, no doubt about it, because which is a product which has physical and psychological aspects to satisfy your needs and wants. So destination is a physical and psychological satisfactions because psychologically and mentally you go to a destination to break your monotony, break your routine life, break your stereotype life, stationary life. So you go to a dynamic life, dynamic environment where you go for your climate, you go for culture, go for people, go for fun, go for shopping, go for food, cuisine, etc., etc. Because you find some changes. Because if you go to um, Jammu and Kashmir will love to have the different dishes of the mutton and fishes. Mostly the Afghani, or you can say the Central Asian food in Kashmir. Mostly the Asia Minor, because they have inherited the food culture from Central Asia and Asia Minor, mostly the Far West, or you say Middle East and Far West. So in this context, destination is a product, and destination, if it is a product which we classify them into two parts, mostly called attractiveness and infrastructure. So attractiveness and infrastructure, both if you classify them under the attractiveness or attractions, you see natural attractions, which include anthropogenic, historic, entertainment, because natural attractions, anthropogenic attractions like tribes. You know, you may go to Africa, so you will see the carcasses of the uh, big animals. So historic, entertainment, religions, even events, cultural, sports, community culture. And if you go to infrastructure, you'll see accommodation, gastronomy, communications, complementary places, healthcare, details, etc. Okay. So destination as a product. Destination as a product in the sense attractions, facilities, transportation infrastructure, theme route partnership, online offers, event, festival and activities, guest and host, visitor makes quality assurance, serving quality training, community awareness, etc., etc. Because if you look at this particular diagram, so because it consists of four important dimensions, position in four different directions. Physical products, as we have extensive discussion. People which which we matter, because the people in the sense of both tourist and the community. Because there must be a host-ghost relationship. There must be an exchange of pleasantry, happiness, smile between tourist and the community members. That exactly the guest host. And other side, you see packages and programs. Because if something is packaged nicely and appealing will be different. You may not buy the loose oil, edible oil from a oil mill, but you may tempted to buy edible oil packed nicely. No, why do we buy it? Because you trust it. You know that there must not be alteration. They must have taken care of all standard operating procedures to manufacture it and preserve it, so that after as per the FSSSI food safety. So similarly, packaging is something in our tourism parlance. No, it is a combination of more than one services offered in a single price to a tourist or to a person. So if somebody will go in a package to a destination, so they everything will be taken care of by the operators or by the host, starting from your reception or arrival to the departure, CF. In between your stay, your breakfast, your food, your entertainment, your health, wellness, and your personal uh, ambitions to go to some place and see. Programming is all about fairs and festivals and activities. So how, if you stay in a city, how do you spend the evening? How do you spend your because if you participate in cultural programs, so that from morning to evening, you'll find a whole day to experience and learn your destination. So destination has to have physical products, that is the destination. There must be people, tourist and host, and there must be packages, because packages It combines all sorts of services: accommodation, transportation, mail services, portal services, event services, food services, etc., etc. At the same time, a destination should have cultural programs. We call it the programs, which include many such cultural events, sports events, so that will make them to stay. So visitor mix quality assurance, service quality training, awareness. If you look at the outside of the circle, attractions, facilities, transportation infrastructure, online offers, because now packages are sold online, and similarly service quality, like that. Okay. So let us stop from here, and we'll continue further. Almost, I think, past 2 minutes, first unit is over, and the second unit we are covering. So we will wind up very soon. So next, please.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all of you.
Good afternoon, sir. Very good afternoon. Nivedita madam, let us, shall I start my class, ma'am? Gomadi Vasant, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes. Okay, let us start the session. I think very less number of students are here. Okay, let us start the session.
Okay, sir.
I'm sharing my screen. I hope my screen is visible to all.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yes, okay, thank you. So last class we were discussing about world geography. So today also we'll discuss few important questions from world geography. Okay. So first question may be like defining geography. So what is geography? Geography is the study of Earth, and it is going to study the features of Earth, and it is going to study inhabitants and phenomena of Earths. Okay, so here I have listed three key points here: features, inhabitants, and phenomena. So features if you take no continent, sea, river, mountain, all these things are part of Earth's features. Okay, so inhabitants, if you take inhabitants, all flora and fauna, plants, animals, and human being. Then if you take phenomena, again under phenomena we have different key variables such as atmosphere, tides, winds, earthquake, climate. So these are the some of the phenomena of Earth. So geography means it is the study of Earth, its features, inhabitants, and phenomena. Okay, so let us go to next slide. So define physiography with example. So what do you mean by physiography? And we need to give some example for physiography. So physiography is the study of physical features of Earth's surface. So physiography basically it is going to study the physical features of Earth. Okay. So for example, climate, landform, continents, oceans, seas, rocks, rivers, mountains. These are the some of the example for physiography. Earth physiography. Let us move to next slide. List out major physiographic divisions of Asia. So if you want to study physical features of Asia, so you all know that Asia is one of the largest continent. Okay, so if you take the physical features of Asia, physiography of Asia, so we need to classify into 5 broad divisions, physical divisions. So number 1 is northern lowlands, number 2 is central highlands, number 3 is southern plateau, number 4 great river valleys, and number 5 islands. So okay, if you take all these 5 features, it is going to reflect Asian physical features. Okay, Asian continent physical features. Let us go to next slide, that is drainage. So what do you mean by drainage? So drainage is a flow of water through well-defined channel is known as drainage. So for example, water flows through a well-defined channels. So you can take rivers. Okay, so river is a part of drainage system. And if you take the in the phone attend பண்ண கொஞ்சம். So the flow of water through well-defined channel is known as drainage. I have told you example, canal, rivers. Okay, these are the drainage system. So what What do you mean by drainage system? If you one or more drainage is going to connect, then it is called drainage system. Okay, 1 minute, students. So next one, write a short note on drainage system of Europe. I told you drainage system means river system, canals, all these things. So here I have given you list of rivers which are available in Europe. Volga River, Danube River, Dnieper River, Rhine River, Rhine, Poho, Thames River. So these are the some of the drainage system available in Europe. So I have also listed here sources, outflow also. So Volga source it got from Valdez Plateau and it emits Caspian Sea or it discharges in Caspian Sea. Okay, then if you take Danube River, so it get its source from Black Forest. So it reaches Black Sea. Okay, Dnieper River, Valdi Hills. Dnieper River's river source comes from Valdi Hills. So again, it discharges its water in Black Sea. So you can see I have highlighted, I have given 7 drainage systems of Europe. So sometime they may ask questions, write a short note on or write in detail about drainage systems of Europe. Then you have to write all these things. Okay. So then let us go to next question. Explain the various climate zones of North America. Okay. So here we are going to discuss different climate zones of North America. So in North America, we have 5 different climate zone based on its location, based on its physical features. So we have 5 different types of climate zone available in North America. So North America, we have countries like Greenland, countries like Canada, and then United States. So these 3 countries comes under North American continent. Okay. So if you take these 3 countries, so it is going to have this kind of climate zones. So tropical climate zone is available, dry climate zone is available, temperate, continental, and polar. So these are the 5 important or 5 types of climate zone we can see in North American continent. So is it clear? Any doubt till now you can ask me. Students, is it clear?
Clear, sir.
Yes, okay. So let us go to next question. Like write a short note on climate of Europe. So again, if you take the climate of Europe, so if you want to study the climate, we should know what is the physiography of that particular continent. Okay. So where exactly it is located, whether it is located in the northern hemisphere or it is located near to Tropic of Capricorn, or it is located near to Tropic of Cancer, or it is located near to equator, or it is located near to Arctic zone or Antarctic zone. So based on this location, climate also changes. That particular place climate also changes. So I have given you a map here. This map represents climate of Europe. So I have given you 4 different colors. So white color, green, again blue color I have given you, again some part of white color also I have given here. So here white color indicates polar climate. So that means, so this part of the continent is very near to Arctic zone. So there we have polar climate. Okay, so if you come down, again we have western side of European west of Europe, west part of Europe. You can see that is marine west coast climate. So western part of Europe is going to experience marine west coast climate. Okay, so again if you come to the center part and eastern part also, so eastern part of Eastern European countries, it is going to experience humid continental climate. Again, if you come to the southern part of the European continent, that particular countries are going to experience Mediterranean climate. So if you get a question about climate zones of Europe, then you can write, so these 4 important climate zone: polar, marine, then humid continental, then Mediterranean climate. Okay. So let us go to next question. List out the physical features of Australia, or list out the physiographic divisions of Australia. So here what we are going to see, so we are going to discuss about physical features. Okay, physical features of Australia. So if you want to study or if you want to understand physical features of Australia, we need to study these four major landform regions which are available in Australia. Okay, so what are they? Number one is Eastern Highlands. It is located in the eastern part of Australia. Okay, then Central Lowlands. So it is located in the central part of Australia. Then Western Plateau. It is located in the western part of Australia. And the coastal plains, we all know Australia is a island nation. Okay, so there we also have coastal plains. So if you want to study physiography of Australia, we need to focus on Eastern Highlands, Central Lowlands, Western Plateau, and then coastal plains. Sometime you may get question about, write a short note or write in detail about physiographical divisions of Australia, physical features of Australia. In that case, you need to write about Eastern Highlands, Central Lowlands, Western Plateau, and then coastal plains. Okay, let us go to next question. So sometime they may ask question like, name the major river basins of Asia. Okay, so here are drainage channels of Asia. So I have listed here top 10 rivers of Asia. So Indus, Ganges, Brahmaputra, Yellow, then Yangtze, Red, Mekong, Salvinian. Okay, these are some of the rivers which are available in Asia. Okay, let us go to next question. Write a brief note on islands of Pacific Ocean. Islands of South Pacific. Okay, so I have given you map. Here you can see island list. Okay, so here also we have used different colors. So green color, then pink color also I have used, then blue color. Okay, so we have four different color. All these four colors are represents group of islands. Okay, so Micronesia. So again, under Micronesia we have different islands: Marshall Islands, Caroline Island, Marina Islands. Okay, then if you come to Melanesia, so we have Bismarck or Salmon Islands, Santa Cruz, then Vanuatu, Fiji. Okay, so these are some of the islands comes under Melanesia. So if you take Polynesia, so we have Hawaii. Okay, we have Cook Islands, Society Islands, Austral Islands, okay, Easter Islands. So these are some of the islands belongs to Polynesia. So if you get a questions, if you get a question related to South Pacific Islands, so you can highlight all these islands. It starts from New Guinea, Australia, Philippines, Taiwan. Okay, so you can highlight all these things. I hope it is clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let us go to next one. Name some of the important rivers of Europe. So I have given you a map here. So you can see from the eastern side of European continent. So it starts from Olga River, Danube River, then okay, Raheen River, Thames. Okay, so many rivers are there. You can also write this question. Sometimes they may also ask, see what are the tourism opportunities are there. Okay, so in that case, we need to write about water sports, how water sports can be promoted, how internal tourism can be promoted, internal transportation, how major river systems are used in Europe in terms of conducting transportation. These things we can explain very nicely. Okay, Then next one, let us go to next question. Next slide. So what is the Great Barrier Reef famous for? So first of all, we should know what is Great Barrier Reef. Okay, I have given you map. Whether you are able to see this globe. So globe picture is there. Whether you are able to see that.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. You can see northeastern side of Australia. So there one dark line is there, no? So can you able to find out that northeastern side of Australia? So I have given two arrow mark. Okay. So there is one dark line. That area is called Great Barrier Reef. So Great Barrier Reef is one of the world's largest coral reef. Okay. So it is having diversified marine flora and fauna we can find in that area. So it lies, the Great Barrier Reef lies on the northeastern coast of Queensland. So Queensland is part of Australia. Okay, it extends along Queensland coast for more than 1,200 miles. So if you see the length of that particular barrier reef, what I said, Great Barrier Reef. So if you take the length of that particular barrier reef, Great Barrier Reef, it is 1,200 miles. In terms of kilometer, it is around 1,800 kilometers. Okay. So this reef is located in the water of Coral Sea. So as I told you earlier, so this is the home to many amazing variety of human life. I mean marine life. Okay, not human life, marine life. So it is the world largest collection of coral. So sometime you may get a question. So what do you mean by Great Barrier Reef? Why Great Barrier Reef is famous? What are the importance of Great Barrier Reef? How tourism can be promoted there? So these are some of the questions you may get. Okay, in that case, you can explain all these things very nicely. Okay, let us go to next question. Our next slide. Write a detailed note on climate and vegetations of South America. So I have given you a map on your screen. You can see on your left side, no, left side screen. You can see a map is there. Whether you are able to see your map.
Yes, sir.
Yes, very good. So which continent it is? Can anyone tell me? Which continent this map reflects? South America. Okay, so yes, it is South America, and then some part of Central America. So people used to say this is Latin America, which reflects both Central America and North America. Okay, so here I have given you climate zones of South America. So South America extends from broad equatorial zone in the north to narrow subarctic zone in the south. So if you see the northern part, northern part of North South American continent, the size is broader. So you can see map itself, you can reflects that the northern part of South American continent is very broader. Okay, and then if you go to the southern part of South American continent, it is very narrow. So here it is explained like this: South America extends from broader equatorial zone. So it is very broader on the northern part. Okay, it crosses equator line, so that I'm using broader equatorial zone. As I told you earlier, climate is decided by the location. So if a country or if a continent is located near to equator, that particular continent may get different kind of climate. Okay, so if a country or continent located near to Arctic zone, so that is going to get different climate. So if a country located near to Antarctic zone, so that particular country is going to have different climate. See, location is very, very important here. Okay, so South America is running from equator to till we have lands till we have lands near to Antarctic zone. Okay, sub-Arctic zone, or we can Antarctic zone. I can say Antarctic zone. Okay, so it can be divided into 4 climate regions. Number 1, tropical. Number 2, temperate. Number 3, arid. Number 4, cold. So these are the 4 climatic zone we can identify in South America. Okay. So tropical climate, which includes both tropical rainy and tropical wet zones, and covers more than half of the continent. So if you take tropical rainy and tropical wet, so this is going to cover more than half of the continent. So here you can see here in the map I've given tropical rainforest, you can see, then tropical grassland, desert and dry shrub, then temperate grassland, Mediterranean shrubs, deciduous and mixed forest, highlands. Okay, so these are these different kinds of vegetation we can find in South America. So in this slide explains about both climate and then vegetation. I told you climate is going to depends on location. Okay, vegetation is going to depends on climate. So climate is going to depends on location, where it is located, where this particular continent is located, whether it is located near to Arctic zone or Antarctic zone, Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn, whether it is located near to equator. Okay, so climate is depends on location. Okay, then vegetation is also depends on climate and location. So let us go to next slide, that is drainage system in North America. Yes, so again, North America, what are the important drainage systems are there? So I've highlighted 3 important drainage system here: St. Lawrence, Mississippi and its tributaries, Western River system. So basically, if you take agriculture development and industrial development depends on drainage system. Okay, so definitely drainage system is going to help, or it is going to attract farmers or agriculturist, industrialist to start their farming activities or industrial activities near to this drainage system. So you can also see map here. I have given you a map here. 1 minute. So this map explains major drainage basins of North America. Can anyone tell me how many major drainage basins are available in North America? By seeing this, you can say. So northern part we have Arctic drainage basin. Again, western part we have Pacific drainage basin. Okay. Then if you come to the central part, okay, we have Gulf of Mexico drainage basin. Okay, that is southern part, Gulf of Mexico drainage basin. So center part and eastern part of northeastern part of North America, again we have Hudson Bay drainage system. Again, eastern part we have Atlantic drainage system. So okay, so it starts from Arctic. From if you come from northern part of the northern part of North American continent, so you can see Arctic Ocean. Below that we have Arctic drainage system. Again, if you come to western part, so western part of North America is surrounded by Pacific Ocean. Then we can write it as Pacific drainage system. So again, if you come to the eastern part, surrounded by Atlantic Ocean, then we can call it as Atlantic drainage basin is available in the eastern part of North America. So if you come to southern part, so it is covered by Gulf of Mexico. Okay, so then we can call it as Gulf of Mexico drainage basin. Again, we have one more in the western part, that is Great Basin drainage system. Okay, is it clear to all major drainage basins of North America?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So we have
Yes, sir.
Arctic, yes, Arctic drainage basin, then Pacific drainage basin, then Great Basin drainage. Okay, then southern part we have Gulf of Mexico, then eastern part we have Atlantic drainage basin, central part we have Hudson Bay drainage basin system. So sometime you may get question from this, or they may ask you how we can promote tourism. Okay, so these things we can highlight. Okay, let us go to next slide. Explain the physical features or physiography of Asia and its importance for tourism. Okay, so here we are going to study physical features of Asia. We are going to discuss about physical features of Asia, and we are going to how these physical features are going to help to promote tourism. So if you take Asian continent, so it is, we all know that it is largest continent. Yes, and we have 6 major physical divisions. So if you take Asia, so we can divide entire Asia based on its features. We can divide entire Asia into 6 major physical divisions. So number one, we are going to start from northern part. Okay, northern lowlands. Then we are going to cover central part. Then we need to study about central mountain belt. Then third part, intermountain plateau and southern plateaus. Okay. So fourth one is greater river valleys and inland water bodies. Fifth one is island groups. Sixth one is coastal plain. So if you want to study or if you want to understand about physiography of Asia, we need to discuss all these things. Okay, northern part we have lowlands. So that is northern lowlands. Feature number one, northern lowlands. Feature number two is central mountain. The central part of Asia we have a lot of mountain ranges. Okay, so in a third feature is southern plateau and intermountain plateaus. So if you come to the southern part of Asia, so we are going to see plateaus or tablelands. Okay, that is also part of land features. So then we also have rivers. So I have told you top 10 rivers of Asia in previous slides. I have told you about top 10 rivers of Asia or inland water bodies. Okay, so Ganga, Indus, also Ganges. Okay, then we have Indus, then we have Brahmaputra, then we have Yellow River. So these are all part of great river valleys of Asia. So then island groups. So we have lot of island groups in Asia. Can anyone tell me one or two island groups in which are available in Asia, which are comes within the boundary of Asia? Can anyone tell me island names? So you can start it from India. So in India we have different islands. See how many islands we have in India? See, how many of you know about Andaman Nicobar Islands? Dear students, how many of you know about Andaman Nicobar Islands? So how many of you know about Lakshadweep? Okay, these are some of the islands comes under Asian boundaries. So then we also have coastal plains. Okay, countries which are adjacent to various seas and oceans. All those areas are called coastal plains. Okay, if you get a question related to physiography of Asia, and then you can write about all these features: northern lowlands, central mountain belt, then intermountain plateaus and southern plateaus, greater river valleys, inland water bodies, island groups, and then coastal plains. Okay, so if you get a question, you can write no. Okay, let us move on to next slide. So here we are going to discuss about Africa. So here what we are going to focus, we are going to focus about vegetations of Africa. So I told you earlier, vegetation is going to depends on climate. Okay, climate is going to depends on where exactly it is located. Location is very important. So plants, animal life, flora and fauna, distributions and the different climate, soil belts are closely related. So I told you, no, plants, animal life, climate zone, soil belts are interdependent, closely related. So although some part of the continent retain their natural virgin flora and fauna, increasing the population and human activity seems to be endangering these places. So now we are going for deforestation, all these things. It is going to affect the natural virgin flora and fauna. Okay, so if you want to discuss about vegetations of Africa, different vegetations of Africa, so we have 7 types of vegetations in Africa. So we all know that it is one of the largest continent next to Asia. Africa is largest continent. Okay, that means so it is going to have larger area. In terms of area, it is going to cover larger. That means it is going to fall in different climate zone. Okay, so Africa is a continent where you can find, in that continent you can find Tropic of Cancer line, Tropic of Capricorn line, and then equator line. So this is the only continent which where it experiences all these 3 crucial lines. Okay, I told you the location is very important for climate and vegetation. So now let us see. So different climate zones are different vegetations which are available in Africa. So number 1, tropical rainforest. Number 2, temperate forest. Number 3, Mediterranean woodland. Number 4, mangrove swamps. Number 5, savanna, or we can call it as tropical grassland. Next one, number 6, we have temperate grassland, or we can call it as well. Number 7, semi-desert or desert. So we can find all these 7 forms of vegetation in Africa. Okay, let us see this map. I hope this map is clear to everyone. Is it clear to everyone, map?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So you can see from the northern part, so you can locate Mediterranean vegetation. Again, if you come, no, again northern part we have desert and semi-desert. So if you come to center part, we have which one? Equatorial forest, which is near to equator. Then if you come to western part, I mean the eastern part, so we have savanna. Then if you come to southern part, we have temperate grassland and then warm temperate forest. Okay, so northern part we have Mediterranean vegetation, then below that we have semi-desert and desert. Below that we have tropical grassland. Then below that we have near to equator line we have equatorial forest. Then on your eastern side of Africa, we have mountain forest and grasslands. Then below that we have savanna. Then temperate southern part we have temperate grassland. Then warm temperature forest. So I told you earlier. So we can find three lines. Now, if you take three important lines of globe in Africa. So northern part you can see Tropic of Cancer. So below that 0 degree we have equator. Then if you below equator we have Tropic of Capricorn. So that means we are going to have most of the climate zones in Africa. Most of the climate zone we can find in Africa. Okay. Let us go to next slide. I have taken more time to explain this. So next one is compare and contrast the climate and vegetations of North and South America. Here we are going to compare North American climate zone, South American climate zone, North American vegetation and then South American vegetation. As we all know that I told you location, then climate, then vegetation is interrelated. Flora, fauna, all these things are interrelated, interdependent. So let us see climate zones of North America. So we have 5 main climate zones are available in North America. Number 1 is tropical, number 2 dry, temperate, then 4th one is continental, 5th one is polar. So let us see vegetations of North America. So again, based on this climate, we have different vegetations, different forms of vegetations in North America. So it starts from temperate rainforest, tropical rainforest, then tropical grassland, desert, dry shrub, temperate grassland, Mediterranean shrub, deciduous and mixed forest, coniferous forest, then we have tundra and then ice cap. So these are some of the important forms of vegetations we can find in North America. So now let us discuss climate zones of South America. So South American continent is also have every climate zones. Okay, every climate zone starting from tropical climate, tropical rainy. So we can also have, we are going to see desert. We are going to have high alpine and vegetations. Okay, so now you can see the climate of Latin America ranges from hot and humid Amazon River basin and dry desert like conditions of northern Mexico and southern Chile. Okay, we can also classify climate zones of South America into 4 main categories. Number 1, tropical climate zone. Number 2, dry climate zone. Number 3, mid latitude climate zone. Number 4, Mediterranean climate zone. So if you see vegetations, we have vegetations, if you take South America, so we have different varieties of vegetation. It starts from rainy forest to grassland and then desert shrub. Okay, so wet tropical climate. 1 minute. Yashwardhani. So vegetations of South America varies from rainy forest to grassland, and then we also have desert. So ranges from thick trees of rainforest to mosses of tundra. So vegetations of any region is influenced by its climate. So I told you earlier, physical features of continent is related to, climate is related to physical features. Again, vegetation is related to climate. So wet tropical climate we can experience in the northern part. So that is evergreen rainforest. See, Amazon forest are best example. Okay. So much of the rainforest is located in Brazil. So rainforest contains many exotic plants and creatures. And if you come to central part of South America, so we have grasslands and savanna. And again, if you come to the North Chile or southern part, okay, that is desert. We can experience desert there, like Atacama desert is there. And likewise, if you go to the southern part of Argentina, we have Patagonia. So contains desert. So deserts of the region made up of, again, if you see the desert vegetation, so we can see shrubs, thorny planets, and then other types of desert vegetation. Okay, so again, here I have given you another question, like analyze the relationship between physiography, climate, and vegetation. So I told you, so these three are related to one another. So they are going to depends on one another: physiography, climate, and vegetation. So climate is going to depends on physiography, vegetation is going to depend on climate and physiography. So here I have listed you again features of Asia: northern lowlands, central highlands, southern plateau, great valleys, and then islands. So again, if you see the climate zones, so we have equatorial climate zone, monsoon, desert, middle latitude grasslands, then cold temperature climate, Arctic or tundra climate, Mediterranean climate. Okay, so then vegetations. So based on climate, we have 5 major vegetations. So if you take Asia, we have 5 major vegetations. Number 1 is tropical rainforest. It can be witnessed in Southeast Asia. So temperate mixed forest we can find in East Asia. Again, if you go to South Asia, that is part of tropical dry forest, tropical rain dry forest. And if you go to the western part, we are going to experience desert and steppe in the central and western part of Asia. And then northern part, which is near to Arctic Ocean, then there we are going to experience taiga and tundra. So then this slide also you can listen. So geography contributes to major part of tourism resource. So we all know tourism is going to depends on geography. Tourism is going to depends on climate. Tourism is going to depends on weather. Tourism is going to depends on natural resource. Okay. So in the year 1969, Peters provided an attempt to classify tourist attractions. So he classified tourist attraction based on 5 important categories: cultural tourism, traditions, scenic, entertainment, and other attractions. So if you take cultural tourism, so these are all part, if you see the attractions like sites of archaeological interest, historical buildings, museum, political institution. So these are all part of cultural attractions. Traditions, festival, music, folklore, arts, handicrafts. Scenic, national park, wildlife sanctuary, flora, fauna, beach, mountain resorts. All these things are part of scenic. So entertainment, we have zoos, aquaria nightlife, cinema theater, theme parks. These are all part of entertainment. Again, other attractions, we have climate, health resorts, spas, unique attractions. Okay, so these are the classifications of tourism. So all these things are depends on geography. Okay, so again in tourism we used to classify attraction into 3 major types. Okay. What are they? Anyone? 3 major types of attractions. Dear students. Nature-made attraction, man-made attraction, symbiotic. Have you studied all these things? So you may be studying in tourism principles and practices paper. Okay. So again, if you want to operate tourism, so we need important components. So if you want to operate tourism, you need key components. So components like attractions, accessibility, amenities, accessibility, activities, all these things are geographical components as well. So we are going to use geographical components to run tourism show. So here I've given you accessibility, location, space, vegetation, climate, flora, fauna, settlement features, archaeological sites. Okay, Robinson, he classified geographical components of tourism. So again, tourism also, we are going to use all these components to run our tourism business. Tourism resources. So tourism is going to depends on good weather, scenery, amenities, historical and cultural features, accessibility, accommodation. So tourism is going to access all these resources from geography. Clear? Any doubt, clarification, you can ask me now. Dear students, if you have any doubt, clarification, you can ask me now. Jayaprakash and Komadi, Vimya Satish, then Vimsha. So if you have any doubt, you can ask me now. We have last 4 minutes. First of all, is it clear to all?
Sir, clear. I
So
can't
clear,
start
sir.
my studies. Means I just hear your means presentations. I understand everything. At
Okay.
present, no doubt.
Okay. What exactly
So
you want?
I can understanding
Jay?
your class, sir. Uh,
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Jayaprakash. And this
Sir,
one
I,
I have given.
I need one thing, sir. If you
Yep.
don't
Ah.
mind, next class, can you share the previous year question paper? Because we don't
Okay.
know
Okay.
anything about how
Let
to
me take
answer a
this.
particular question. So
Okay.
that is the main thing we need.
Okay. Okay. I'll let me check with officials and then I'll collect the questions. Then we
Thank you,
can.
sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Uh, any other doubt you have? Actually, I have taken all these questions from previous year
So
question
as
paper.
compared with other four subjects, I think this is very little difficulty because this is comparatively geography based subject.
Yes, you have to write facts. Here we may not able to write anything.
So
Only facts.
I have a little fear about it. So I just read the textbook and by this is means take more time to study as
Yes, yes,
compared with other four subjects.
yes, yes. See, you are studying geography from your school days.
Yes, but this is
Yes,
deep
you have to apply all
geography.
those information and then
Because as
understand.
in the case of we studying about North America, detailed study of North America is required. Africa, every
Yes.
country, a detailed
So
study like vegetation,
you have to
climate.
cover all the 7 continents: North America,
Yes, yes,
Central
yes.
America, then South
So
America,
next
Africa.
week I surely study these all things and I surely ask doubt. Okay, sir.
Okay, okay, okay. You can.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Okay, if there is no doubt, let me close this session. And Nivedita, madam, director, sir. Okay, next class we will start Unit 2. So Unit 2 is all about physical features of India. And when you are coming to next class, please read about physical features of India. Next 2 classes we will be discussing about physical features of India. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you. See you next
Okay,
class.
okay, thank you. Let us meet on
Okay,
next
thank you, sir.
Saturday.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.